ஆதியில் தோன்றிய மொழி, முச்சங்கம் வளர்த்த மொழி, தேனினும் இனிய மொழி, செம்மொழி எனும் மகுடம் சூடிய நமது அன்னை தமிழையும் தமிழ் மண்ணையும் வணங்கி இவ்விழாவிற்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கும் அனைவரையும் நபார்டு வங்கியின் சார்பாக வரவேற்பதில் பெருமகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன்.
Vanakkam, Suswagatam, and welcome. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, dignitaries from all walks of life, partners and friends, please do take your seats. And the very best of evening to you all. It is, after all, NABARD's 44th Foundation Day. And all of us are delighted to find ourselves in this amazing city of Chennai. Irundu virundombi, undu vazhakkai. First, honor the guest and then partake yourself. A Tamil maxim, timeless, that captures the spirit of our gathering today. Here in Tamil Nadu, land of soaring gopurams, classical Bharatnatyam and exquisite Kanchipuram silk, the very soil speaks of enterprise and resilience. Today, this hall becomes a living tapestry of rural India's aspirations. For 4 decades, the National Bank for Rural and Agricultural Development, our NABARD, in close partnership with Government of India, has channeled credit, capacity, and confidence into more than 6 lakh villages, from self-help groups and farmer-producer organizations to climate-smart agri-infrastructure and much, much more. This evening, we pause to honor that journey, to applaud the hands that made it possible, and to ignite fresh resolve for the road ahead. Thank you for joining us in this milestone celebration. As we honor the past, we also turn our gaze to the future. In that spirit, we now shift focus to a theme that lies at the heart of India's developmental journey, the transformative role of rural enterprises in driving inclusive and sustainable growth. So, we are here to have a panel discussion on fostering rural enterprises for inclusive growth. To deliberate on this vital agenda, we are privileged to host a distinguished panel of thought leaders, practitioners, and policymakers who bring rich insights from across the development, finance, and enterprise ecosystems. To conduct this panel discussion flawlessly, please welcome our moderator, Ms. Aparna Bijapurkar, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group. Ms. Bijapurkar co-leads BCG India's work in agriculture and rural livelihoods, partnering with governments, NGOs, and agribusinesses to drive transformation. From strengthening the TPDS, that is, the Targeted Public Distribution System, to scaling employment and public service delivery. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Aparna Bijapurkar. Joining us on stage are our esteemed panelists. First of all, I would like to invite Shri Shravan Kumar Sharma, Advisor, Foundation for MSME Clusters. He is an MSME development expert with 30 years of experience in leading inclusive cluster and value chain growth, and has crafted more than 600 business plans for micro and household enterprises. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please do the honors. Now we have Dr. Glory Swarupa, former Director General, National Institute for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. She brings with her 28 plus years of experience in government and academia with her, and has spearheaded multiple entrepreneurship and skill development programs. She serves on key national committees related to the field of MSMEs and others. Dr. Swarupa has been honored with the UN Sustainable Development Goal Award and also with a Lifetime Achievement Award. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Glory Swarupa. Third, please welcome Dr. K. Alagasundaram, MD and CEO, Tamil Nadu Food Processing and Agri-Export Promotion Corporation, TNAPEX. An accomplished agricultural scientist with decades of experience in food engineering, post-harvest technology, and agribusiness promotion. He is leading TNAPEX in enhancing Tamil Nadu's agri-export potential through food processing clusters, value addition, cold chain development, and market linkages. Great to have you, sir, on stage with us. Our next panelist, Dr. Senthil Vinayagam, Principal Scientist and CEO, AIDEA, ICAR, National Academy for Agricultural Research Management. With more than 35 years of experience in agriculture and rural development under his belt, Dr. Vinayagam currently spearheads agri-innovation and startup incubation at ICR NARM's AIDEA, mentoring entrepreneurs and scaling agri-tech solutions across India. Welcome, sir. Our last panelist for the evening, Shri Madan Padaki, founder, Head Held High and One Bridge, social entrepreneur focused on rural transformation, co-founded Head Held High to create skilling and livelihood opportunities for rural youth, and advanced multiple development sector initiatives through One Bridge. Thank you so much, sir. This is our esteemed panel for the discussion that we are going to have. Over the next 90 minutes, our panel will explore innovative financing models, digital enablement, and policy priorities that can foster thriving rural enterprises. So now, handing over the stage to our panel with the old adage, moderation is the key. Madam Aparna, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good evening, namaste, and vanakkam. It's an absolute privilege to be here today with all of you, and we have an extremely distinguished panel of experts, so thank you so much for joining us. This topic of fostering rural enterprises for inclusive growth is an extremely pertinent one today in the context of India's Viksit Bharat, the 2047 agenda. And I must really thank NABARD for choosing this topic and inviting us here for this conversation. What I would also like to say is that I was very pleased to hear that NABARD has taken the strategic decision to create the Rural MSME Department. And I think it's extremely timely with the view to really think about enterprise creation and growth as a way to foster inclusion. And this will certainly build on NABARD's efforts for credit facilitation, skill development, market access in the rural economy. But why rural enterprises, and what exactly do they need to do to thrive and be engines of inclusive growth? I think that's what we're here to discuss today. When you look at India's labor force today, a few things stand out about it. The first is, of course, that it is large, 550 million people, of which 350 million people are employed. But it's also young. 110 million rural workers are really in the age group of 15 to 29, and their aspirations really matter. And what those aspirations are is something that we will hear from our panel today. Interestingly, they're also employed in small and household enterprises. PLFS says that 30 to 35% of workers reported to be own account workers. And there is clearly some gender imbalance also in this workforce, with about 30% of rural workers being women, and 50% of those are actually own account or helpers and unpaid helpers in household enterprises. So I think as we talk about growth and employment and fueling the rural economy, really thinking about the shape and structure of what that economy is and what kinds of jobs we're creating is very important. And when we looked at the data, and I think everybody on this panel and in the room of course would agree, as you look at the pace of job creation, it is insufficient to keep up with the supply that we're expecting to see. And hence, at the heart of it, the theme of fostering enterprises is even more important, to enable not just job seekers but also job creators. And I think that's what we're really here to talk about today. I think we all know the many challenges that plague, enterprises, especially nano and micro enterprises: access to capital, markets, lack of talent. And we can talk a lot about the challenges, but I think what I've heard from the panel, and we had a call yesterday, is we're also sitting at a critical juncture of opportunity. One where, digital technologies are becoming even more pervasive and accessible, including across rural India in much of a leapfrog way. Climate change, while a huge risk, is also forcing us to create new businesses and new business models. And I think many of you in the room have heard, my favorite example of what this innovation can look like, so forgive me, but there's a village in Chhattisgarh called Tulsi. It's close to Raipur, the capital, and it's about 170 families, maybe 3,500 people. And when surveyed, over 1/3 of them reported their occupation to be YouTubers. And actually, there are 40 YouTube channels coming just from this one village in Raipur, many of which are actually, productive and potentially revenue generating. How much and what household income, I don't know. But I think when we start to think about entrepreneurship of that kind, there is just so much exciting opportunity, and that's what I think our panel will shed light on today. The one guidance that I think we've all been given is, this room is a room of experts in many ways. So we will not talk too much about the why and the big challenges, but we will really focus on the how and how to unlock them. And I think each of the panelists has been given a bit of a mandate to say, one or two big ideas that NABARD can actually take and run with. So that's something that, we hope to cover. And in terms of format, we will do some round of discussion here, but we'll definitely, open it up very quickly to conversation with our, distinguished audience as well. So I think with that, I'd like to get started maybe with you, Madan. You work deeply with young people across the country. Can you start by telling us, what are the aspirations of the youth today when it comes to, jobs and the way they live, actually?
Sure. Thank you. Good evening. Namaskaram, everybody. Wonderful to be here. Thanks to NABARD for inviting me and Aparna. Lovely to be on this distinguished panel. The last 15 years of my work with rural youth, I've been trying to kind of figure a framework in my mind on what drives them and how can they drive the rural economy. Four things stand out. One, of course, aspirations. We've seen the advent of mobiles, smartphones, WhatsApps, Facebook, Instagrams. It's safe for me to say, and you talked about the YouTuber village, aspirations of rural youth are no different from that of urban. If anything, I would argue that it's probably higher because of the position they come from, saying that there is so much more to achieve, right? In fact, I was in a school I was in a college in Gadag in Karnataka, and there's this one shy little girl who comes and says, I'm starting to make some trinkets and stuff like that, and she whips across her smartphone, opens her Instagram account, shows me some post, and one of the posts had 120,000 likes. I was saying, people struggle to get that kind of engagement, and you're sitting in one small town doing that, right? So that is one. The second part, I think I've come to believe through the work that we do at the Hedelai Foundation, that there is innate, infinite talent in everybody, potential, but we don't give an opportunity for them to express it. So there is no dearth of talent. You just got to pull the right levers and that will flower. Third, entrepreneurial resilience. Having worked with entrepreneurs across, I believe that rural youth have far more entrepreneurial resilience and the perseverance to take on difficult choices than anything else. And lastly, technology is all pervasive. We recently did a survey on some of the poorest districts of India, saying how many of you heard of AI, what is AI, how many of you feel that AI will be useful. I thought we'll get somewhere in the 20-30%. 84% of them said we've heard of AI. 50% of them were able to call out correctly what it stands for and say a line about it. And almost all of them said, I know this is going to be very important in your life going forward, but I want to learn more. So I call this the Rubenomics framework. Aspirations, talent, entrepreneurial spirit, and technology. I think if we can combine all of that and make it available on tap for youth to grasp it, I think they'll grab it with both hands.
Fantastic. I have a follow-up question, but I'll come to that in a moment. Sharma ji, you have been working, in the MSME cluster development space for a long, long time. I believe you've developed over 500 business plans in the last few years alone.
Yeah.
And I would like you to tell us a little bit about what are the big shifts that you are seeing, in the last 5 to 7 years in the MSME ecosystem, and what are we seeing, from other parts of the world that could be relevant to us here?
Okay. Am I audible? Yeah. First of all, congratulating NABARD for their 44th Foundation Day, and thank you very much for all the hospitality extended to the panelists. Definitely, as you rightly said, till 2000, if you see the rural enterprise ecosystem is mainly hovering around, the pickle making, papad making, our handicrafts, traditional handicrafts and handlooms. But if you see since last 1 decade, things changed, drastically, thanks to the government of India and also the state government's initiatives as well as the institutions. So today, the shift is visible in food processing especially. So in food processing, if you see thanks to the COVID again, people are now more more prone to, they are more keen to, you know, have organic food. So the organic, honey, eco-friendly products. So, you know, food processing has seen a lot of enormous potential and growth in the last 1 decade. And similarly, apparel sector. So, you know, even in 2000 till 2010 also, you know, women used to stitch in their household and for their own domestic needs. But, you know, thanks to these, you know, even NABARD also promoted a lot of FPOs, which is a very good concept, and also various cluster initiatives. Now, this has become an organized sector even in the rural ecosystem also. And we can find many garment hubs, you know, across the country now. In fact, we ourselves, under Spurti scheme, we are one of the nodal agency. And we established more than 30 in our own way in the handloom clusters. We established garment hubs. So now women also entered into the organized world, and they started supplying to the, you know, to the retail outlets. And the another one in service sector, which is showing tremendous potential, is this agri, you know, agri and eco homestays, no, tourism, agri-tourism and eco-tourism. This is showing a lot of potential, especially if you see in Haryana, in Himachal Pradesh, in Punjab, and even in some parts of Andhra and Odisha, it is very much visible. Even in Karnataka also, I have seen in 2-3 places, this agri-tourism is fast catching up. And other than that, you know, with the invasion of the so-called this digitization and you know, mobile technology, if you go to any rural area now, you will find lot of mobile service centers now. So digital service centers also, you know, increasing day by day in rural areas. So these are some of the sectors which are really showing promising, and you know, I think even we have submitted a paper to the Minister of MSME that, see, these are some of these sectors where I think we should concentrate more on, you know, as far as rural enterprise ecosystem is concerned.
Fantastic. So many new and emerging sectors. And like you're saying, they vary quite a bit regionally as well. And it's good to see that that distinction is coming out. I think that brings me to a nice segue. I think Dr. Swarupa, you work a lot in the skilling space. And I would be keen to understand, you know, how is the skilling ecosystem actually, you know, gearing up to cater to these various kinds of enterprises and occupations? And which comes first? Are we, you know, driving this through skilling and then entrepreneurs think I can do it, or is it coming from local demand and then skilling catches up? I mean, give us a little bit of color on that, please.
Namaskar. Many congratulations to NABARD as you celebrate your 44th Foundation Day, and greetings to esteemed panelists and the participants. So what comes first, right? Whether it is entrepreneurship or skilling. Now we should also add innovation to that. So innovation, then entrepreneurship and skilling. Government of India has taken very, very serious and important steps in skilling the youth of India, because a decade ago, the skilled youth in India was only 2%. But now it went far beyond. Almost we are reaching double digit. And since 2015, we have a dedicated ministry also. Government has established a Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, MSDE, and a dedicated cadre is also instituted, that is Indian Skill Development Service, ISDS. Likewise, Indian Enterprise Development Service is also instituted by Government of India. And National Institute for MSME is very much into the capacity building of all these cadre officers, ISDS, IEDS, Economic Service, Engineering Service, most of the probationary officers. So the skilling in every sector, so, and every segment, it is required. It is not only for the sectors, but the segments, starting from the topmost officials in every organization, which is in the state. Like NABARD, they deal with agriculture and rural development. So a lot of institutions are there. And with only agriculture and rural development, I think it is very difficult to establish a micro-business entity without industries department. So that's how MSME, that is Industries Department, is also very much important, likewise Education Department. But every department, I think top to bottom, the capacity building should happen, and among the stakeholders again. So I'm talking about the segments. So segments, because India's population is highest in the world, and close to 49% are women. So women should be given very, very inclusion. So in all the skilling programs and capacity building programs, likewise youth. So the employable age range in India is almost 18 to 64, they say. So that is 68%. So these two segments, like women and youth, they should be very much involved, and all the sectors, manufacturing, service, and trading. These three sectors should be taken very serious call. Now, when we see the startups in innovation ecosystem, we have many in service sector. In Indian startups, when we see the unicorns club especially, many are into IT, then e-commerce, fintech, only these services. But more and more micro units in rural areas should come up in manufacturing sector, because we have good number of resources across India, length and breadth in all the states. Every state is endowed with their own natural resources. So these resources should be value added, and they should be packaged properly. There should be a branding. It should be put into the markets, on the shelves, not only in the domestic states, but across the borders also. So that's how it should happen, including the exporting, protecting their intellectual property, whether it is geographical indication, their patent, their trademark, all these aspects. Skilling is very much required. And more importantly for women, I think NABARD got a lot of FPOs and FPCs. So they are members, but they should be made as CEOs. That's what I feel, because NIMSME has been building the capacity of a lot of FPOs and FPCs. CEOs comes, majority are men, but women should be given that role as well, because SHGs are very much successful. And so they made a dent in the global market also in leading a lot of petty business, home businesses. But among FPCs and FPOs, women also should be made. And wherever the federations are there, so women should be given that role also. The leadership skills are very much important for women, and the digital skills. So digital literacy, financial literacy, and this e-commerce skills, then so many skills. So now it is not even the sky, beyond the sky, because India is planning for the space, right? So skilling, and more importantly, it should be on manufacturing. Then we can create more jobs for the youth, so that they'll stay back in the villages. Resource utilization happens, and the prices comes down. Their income will be increased, and their livelihood will be improved.
I feel like saying, may your words come true, quickly, I think, for India. But no, thank you for painting that picture. Dr. Alagusundaram, I think, I'll come to you after that with two questions, actually, if I may. I think one is, Dr. Glory has said there's a lot of different things that actually need to be done and put in place, for this entrepreneurship ecosystem to thrive and flourish. The first part of my question is, as part of TN Apex, you've built much of this stack yourself. I'd be very keen to get, your perspective on what you've done, to make this happen, and what are some lessons for other states. But I have a second part to my question, which is, I think Dr. Glory talked a lot about manufacturing, and I think very well noted, but in the value chains that, you serve, for example, in the agriculture sector, beyond processing, there's a lot of services, so to speak, whether it's logistics or running cold chains or some of that. I would love your perspective also beyond manufacturing on, how important is the service economy for rural?
Thank you very much. First of all, I congratulate the NABARD for 44 years of wonderful service to the nation for rural and agriculture development. Second of all, I must say sorry to you for my not participating in yesterday's discussions due to certain other meetings. So I didn't know what transpired yesterday, but there are two important questions you put forth. Before I answer them, or my talk will answer those questions, I must bring in a couple of examples. Previous to this job, I was with the Indian Council of Agriculture Research as Deputy Director General, looking after natural resource management and agriculture engineering. In the natural resource management, we had a project called NICRA. The NICRA is National Innovation on Climate Resilient Agriculture. Basically, this had 3-4 components like strategic research, competitive research, and then one of the important component was, rural development for climate resilience. And in that, there are several things we did. One of them is, this is called, we created 141 NICRA villages in India. These NICRA villages means National Innovation on Climate Resilient Agriculture is the project name. So we call these villages as NICRA villages. What we did to these NICRA villages is just give science in agriculture, made them to cultivate based on scientific technologies, and we also did one special thing. The special thing is we spent about 20 lakhs for each of these villages, and then we bought cultivating machines like tractors, plows, seed drills, spraying machines, harvesting machines, and all these things. They all together cost 20 lakhs maximum. And then we gave these machines to a group of young people in the village. These young people belonging to a particular village are gathered, and then they were made owners of these 20 lakh worth of machines. And their duty is to own these machines, rent these machines to the nearby villages, the same village, not nearby, to their own people, and then they rent it at a nominal cost. The farmer get benefited. The rental money becomes a sort of income for these 5-6 boys, and then they also could maintain these machines. Not only that, there were laser levelers and a lot of different things. And scientifically, if you approach agriculture, you will really do a lot of different wonders. First wonder that happened was when you level a land with a laser leveler, which these boys were offering to the villages, the water requirement becomes 1/3. So meaning that it is a precision agriculture and less input to agriculture than normally required. And there was more agriculture production. The young boys and their families were making their livelihood out of it. And this NICRA village model has become very popular. I don't know how many of you have come across this. Trust me, it is truly a popular model across the world. And this was popularized in many countries also. And then later on, seeing these NICRA villages, the farmers in the NICRA villages were performing better than the rest of the villages nearby. Contiguous villages were not doing better. But only 141 villages were doing better because of the input that we gave to these young boys and the people of this village. Rural development and sustainable agriculture. And then there was a requirement from the government of India that NICRA villages were made into NICRA clusters. And at that time, I left ICAR. But trust me, seeing the benefit of the NICRA village model, Orissa came to us. We signed MOU with Orissa government. They were trying to do it for 3,000 villages in their state. Later on, Maharashtra came to us. We signed an MOU. We were giving technical support to these two states to do the same thing for Maharashtra in 5,000 villages. So this is a kind of rural development and rural youth development, and make it a sustainable model. Because input becomes much less than what is actually required, mainly the water requirement. So that is a very successful model that we created. Do I have 3-4 more minutes?
Sir, 2, but I can come back.
Yeah, no. Okay, one more thing. I will tell the Tamil Nadu thing what we are doing now, and then I will leave it. This is a new organization, Tamil Nadu Agri Export, Food Processing and Agri Export Corporation. This was the vision of our Chief Minister and Agriculture Minister, announced in 2020-21 and incorporated in 2020-22. I joined in 2020-23. Since then, we are working on it. This is post my retirement time. What we do is basically promote food industries in the state and promote agriculture exports from the state. These are the two activities we do. But my dear friends, all these industrial policies and MSME policies, everything are oriented towards investors, business people, and they are totally ignoring the farming community, whereas 44% of Tamil Nadu population are farmers. Not only Tamil, everywhere in the country. What we propose now to the government is, we need to we are all talking about doubling farmer income, multiplying farmer income and all that. And how the farmer income will increase. When there is a glut in the market, the prices go down. A week ago, there was a problem of mango in Krishnagiri, Dharmaburi districts. Farmers throw in the streets. And we see every year the tomato is being thrown in the streets. So this is a problem. This problem could not be solved for a long time. Farmer incomes remain the same, farmer poorness will remain the same, farmer suicides remain the same, everything remain the same. Proposal that we make to the government now, which is government is kind of really accepting it. One technical report says, suppose you produce 1 kilogram of tomato, if there is 300 grams of this 1 kilogram is lost in the post-harvest system, out of these 300 grams, 150 grams are lost in the farm. That is 50% of entire post-harvest loss occurs at the farm. So meaning that we have to take care of the crop at the farm. Once we take care of the crop as soon as it is harvested, if you handle it properly, wash it properly, grade it properly, pack it properly, bring it to the market properly, then the farmer definitely is going to get a better income. And to do that, we need a primary processing center in the villages. Truly in the villages, not near the villages, in the villages, on the production catchment. And this is what we are proposing to the government. Government is going to accept it. Definitely, I am going to pursue with the government. And we are going to trying to create at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them in the next 2 years' time and see the progress of these primary processing centers and the benefit of these primary processing centers on the increase of the farmers. That is a true rural development. Then you get a better quality product for the market, better quality for the product for the export, and a better quality product for your processing. That's an inclusive growth, sustainable inclusive growth. So this is what we are aiming at, and value chains and all that are part of the whole game. We'll be working on it.
So I think that's fantastic, and I think from this conversation, I've already picked up 2 ideas for NABARD. I think one is, as you say, under the NICRA Villages program, we will be setting up lots of, these input resource centers, and there will be a need for financing the entrepreneurs that set those up and skilling them and training them. So scaling up NICRA is definitely something a development finance institution can do. I think the second, like you say, is also this network of primary processing centers. There are government schemes available like AIF, etc. But how do state governments, I know Tamil Nadu has a history of co-investing behind some of this. So how does that state funding come in is also a good model that could move from here to other places. So I think great ideas. I think through this conversation, what I've heard many of the panelists talk about is some kind of holistic, support for rural entrepreneurs. And I think entrepreneurs come in different kinds, but many of them actually need some fundamental incubation for the innovations that they are building. And Dr. Senthil, you have been, leading the charge with, your incubator that you've been heading. So I would be, very thankful if you could tell us a little bit about what makes the difference between, an enterprise that's able to thrive and one that doesn't, survive, and how can we actually put this system in place much more deliberately to make more rural entrepreneurs, thrive.
Thank you. Very good evening to all. Happy to be here, and congratulations to NABARD for their 44th years celebration. In fact, as the question have been asked with respect to promoting the rural enterprises in the name of the startups today, the role of the incubation centers, I must thank NABARD initiative to promote 9 incubation centers in the country, in which one among the center which will be managed by area called Center belong to the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Of course, presently as of now, if you look into that number of startups in the country, it's crossed more than around 1.7 lakhs. So there are, but how many people are able to penetrate, how the technology could not be able to adopt it? There are n number of reasons in which the things are being questioned now. Why so many technologies are developed by Indian Council of Agriculture Research? Near to me, I'm happy to be here with the farmer, our DDG here. There are large number of technologies our scientists also developed in the system. But now presently, the government of India supports good number of entrepreneurs are coming with the technologies, either in micro enterprises. Good number of startups are coming on the micro enterprise development. but still the success rate is not able to reach out. We are in the very less than 20%. So the challenges are many for the adoption of those technologies. I can consider that there are three important aspects. That what is the relevance of your technologies to the society? If it's relevant, definitely it reaches. Second, it's an affordable. When we are talking about the rural technologies or rural innovation or rural enterprises, whom you are going to develop with these technologies? The startups are developing technology in the high end, which has not been affordable by them. So they have to think about it. And there are some of the technologies which are developed even by the rural mass, which could not reach to other regions where it is need for it. So the accessibility has become a major aspect to them. So for which the government has created the centers to reach out to develop models. So the role has come to us. We have to, now through NABARD, we are taking a lot of initiatives in the form of capacity building. Capacity building, it's not necessarily that only is a training. Training is the one part of the capacity building. Exposing them to the different places, exhibitions, making them participate. That's what our NABARD does, organizing a different event in which, even today's event also we can see in the exhibition hall, that how the rural enterprises have been well placed. This is the one which to connect the people to the urban areas. So another thing, we are also have different models we are developing it today. Digital marketing has become a very important aspect, which rural mass is not able to catch up. So that literacy is become a responsibility to us, how to place their product in the portal or in the online aspect. So that responsibility through organization of the well-established organization, we are able to make it. Then there are some of the enterprises, even it's a small or little big, the affordability, we are brought so many models like community-oriented models, common service centers models, major role in adopting the micro enterprises. APO is an organization in which the whole community for the group of organization we take. So as an incubation center, there are all incubation centers, I can say. Most of the well-managed centers are managing startups to connect with the farmers, particularly agriculture startups. Presently, if you see, all are in tier 1 cities, or maximum it's in tier 2. So tier 3 cities to reach out, the connectivity is the most important. So every incubation center has taken some of the steps to connect the farmers, connect the APOs, by which the enterprises can penetrate, technology adoptions can go to reach to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think my hope is that like we have Urban Company, which, I think each of us has used in our day-to-day lives to maybe, call for a plumber, a carpenter, a painter, something. From one of these rural incubation centers, I'm really hoping that we will have a rural company, come out, which is a unicorn that can potentially cater to the needs of, the rural segment and the population. And I'm hoping that, that's something that we can see maybe as part of the Rural Tech Fest that we know will come. With that, I think maybe I'll come to Sharma ji with my next question. And I think this is also very pertinent to our colleagues at NABARD today, which is that there's a very large government focus on, cluster development. I wanted to get your, candid views on, how successful are the current cluster-based development approaches that we're seeing, and what could a development finance institution do more of or differently to really, for us to at least, be able to count on our fingers to say, we have 100 new clusters that have come up in potentially new age sectors in the next, 3 years. What would it take?
See, I want to be very frank. If you ask me the success rate of the cluster, so-called the cluster development initiatives that have been taken up by many of the ministries, in fact, some of the financial institutions like SIDBI and even NABARD is also having OFPO scheme for cluster development. See, honestly, it is still in, if you ask me, it is still evolving stage in India. So somewhere it started in 2000. Before that, the first cluster development scheme was started by SBI. It is called UpTech scheme, Technology Upgradation Scheme, somewhere in 1995. But later, the Ministry of MSME, UNIDO, made pioneering efforts. They adopted some clusters and tried to develop them. Now, if you ask me, frankly, the success rate as of now is that suppose if we have taken up some 30 clusters or 50, in FMC we have taken up 30 clusters for development. Now, if you ask me the success rate, I will say that it is somewhere around 40 to 50%, which is, I mean, again, if you ask me on what parameters you are saying that it is very successful, I will say that yes, the turnover is good. The cluster, so-called common facilities, the turnover is good. The production centers are doing well. And to some extent, the artisan income is also increasing. But if you ask me the inclusive growth, right, in most of these CFCs, it was mainly, frankly speaking, controlled by very key players like, master artisans, master craftsmen. So very rarely we will come across some success stories like we did in Telangana Amarchinta cluster, wherein it is totally democratic. There is no some one or two key players totally controlling it. So those kind of clusters are very, we have to work much harder to get that kind of democratic systems in cluster development. And one more thing is that, in one way I appreciate NABARD is that when we talk about the OFPO scheme, they have given equal importance for soft interventions also, which is very important. Whereas, I'm sorry to say that many of the schemes by the government of India also and some of the state government schemes, they are mainly infrastructure centric. So that I think, we need to, somewhat we need to go beyond infrastructure, because simply if I establish a common facility center in particular cluster, that doesn't mean that everything will fall in place automatically. So we need to, take the different thematic areas also into consideration, like market development, right, financial facilitation at enterprise level. So that is where I think the financial institutions will play a very crucial role, like NABARD. Like, right, India has enough cluster development schemes, but they have, as I said, they are mainly infrastructure centric, or they are confined to certain areas of cluster development. So, for example, NABARD is having a very good scheme called Rural Heart Scheme. So, in most of the schemes, they won't finance they won't give any grants for establishing a common sales outlet, which is very much required if artisans really want to be the producers, direct producers. So, we can club, NABARD can extend their services, extend this kind of Rural Heart Scheme to most of the clusters. And second, I request NABARD also, the OFPO scheme is very good scheme, but as of now, there is very much need to upscale it. I think not more than 50 clusters were adopted or 100 clusters were adopted so far. But considering its potential, I request NABARD to take up more such clusters. That is a request from my side. Now, if you ask me some international examples, see, if you see the Italy, it is virtually called as a birthplace of the clusters. There, the associations play a key role. Now, if you see rural enterprise clusters, where are the associations? So we don't have, self-governance mechanisms in most of the clusters. We are forming special purpose vehicles, but there also the, NABARD can capacitate, because they have a very beautiful concept of farmer producer organizations, and they are working very strongly in most of the places. So why can't they capacitate these special purpose vehicles under the, where schemes like Spurti are there, where basically it is confined to the rural enterprises. So these are some of my suggestions and my observations. Thank you.
Actually, the second point that you made resonated a lot with me, and I think that could be a great idea for us, to consider, which is the role of maybe these associations or grower bodies. I was recently doing some work with an association based out of the US, which is a grower association. And it is, responsible for stewarding and shepherding, setting standards, managing international trade and all of that. But I found a very interesting example happening in Maharashtra, which is that the grape growers have come together to set up a commodity stewardship council, spearheaded by the Indo Grapes Council, Sayadri, and a few other players. And that could be, a self-sustaining, business model, not supra profit, but something that maybe we can look at to actually develop some of these clusters further, which is, how do you set up these associations? I think that's a great idea, and maybe one that somebody in this room would be able to take forward, actually. The second point that you made is also an important one, which is how do these, these clusters develop, I would say democratically, as you put it really nicely. I think, Dr. Swarupa, you've been working a lot in the NRLM ecosystem as well, and I think that forms a strong foundation for democratically emerging groups that could come together to form some of these enterprises and set up bigger clusters. So I was very curious, the NRLM program has come a long way. What could the future of that really look like? And Madan, I'm going to ask you the same question next as well.
Yeah, thanks to NABARD, they have supported the capacity building of these FPOs and FPCs. I think they are part and parcel of many clusters in the rural areas, be it Spurti or MSME CDP or the clusters supported by other ministries, including rural development or I think even the banks. I think a lot of capacity building need to happen. See how to manage these clusters and how to sustain them towards the profit. So that is very important. Initially when grant is given, so everyone is very happy, and the implementing agency or nodal agency, they also take a lot of interest in creating that infrastructure, the common facility. And later, so the marketing is the biggest challenge, and sometimes sourcing raw material is also biggest challenge. Then the packaging, then recycling their waste, and presenting their product to the satisfaction of the Indian customer or international customer. So managing all these things, I think, a lot of capacity building should happen. It is happening because from MSME ministry side, so equal importance is given for these soft interventions. Exposure visits are organized, even to participate in the international exhibitions under international cooperation scheme. But that is not sufficient, because after 5 years, when you go to some of the clusters which were established during 2015 and all, so there is a lot of disintegration. We find only a building, but there is no collective operations, there is no sharing of resources, no sharing of profits. So it is not happening. So I think the guidelines may be further strengthened. So here NABARD can take very serious call. So they can really get into the scheme of Spurti. They can straight away adopt, because that is very, very successful scheme. They can further strengthen, identifying the gaps, okay, the lacuna. So that can be, I think, taken over. So because among these FPOs, FCCs, FPCs, I think it works very well. And there are tribal clusters already established, and women-owned clusters, where entire operations, management, everything is done by illiterate women. Even we have established some clusters in Maharashtra, coir clusters, in Andhra Pradesh also, food processing clusters, likewise jackfruit processing cluster in Karnataka. So many clusters are there, managed by women and tribal people. So the gaps can be identified. That is one thing NABARD can look into. And the second one, I think simply they can work for the doubling of women entrepreneurs. As told by Dr. Alagasundaram, Ministry of Agriculture, they were working for the doubling of income of farmers. But here, doubling of women entrepreneurs, they can work for. Because as on today, 20% enterprises are owned, are participated, our labor force, women force is there across 6.3 crore million. That is as per the statistics, but otherwise as per the Udyam Aadhar portal, we have around 22 crore MSMEs. So doubling of women entrepreneurs, they can work, because majority of the women, again, they live in rural areas. The third one is they can bring in more youth. Like you were talking about unicorn, right? In India, we have 100+ unicorns very recently. Highest populated country, but least number of unicorns. And in the World Club, we have only one woman, that is Radhika Agarwal. So if more unicorns should be produced from India, I think we can have our own definition. Why we should, work hard to reach the target of that 100 million, right? So I think it is very difficult, 1 billion. So why we should try to get into the fold of always, European Union or, World Bank or, some other standard. So now I think we have in a position to dictate the, continents that we have certain standards and, we will establish and we will show. So unicorn need not be 1 billion. It can be 10 lakh or 1 crore. So as per the NABARD packages, our Government of India, Ministry of Finance package, and many youth can be promoted as unicorns. So that way we can define, and we can name it as need not be unicorn, babycorn, right? So they also deal with agriculture. So babycorn is now very popular in India. Yeah, definitely. We should coin our own terminology now and tell the world that, yes, so we will do that. And NABARD can take it. And after 2020 vision, like our dear Abdul Kalam ji, now we have targets 2030, 2047, 2050, and short term and long term. I think 2030 they'll be celebrating their Golden Jubilee. By Golden Jubilee, I think they can proudly say, yes, we have brought this many women entrepreneurs and with good organization structure. Like, see, now we are with the rural development, we have Lakpati Didi, Drone Didi societies, Didi Ka Dukan, so many. So NABARD can bring their own women organization and, many babycons. Likewise, so many things are there.
Glory,
And
ma'am,
they
you've
can-
given NABARD so many ideas. I think on their 50th Foundation Day, we must invite you back and see how many have actually been implemented. I think this is wonderful.
Yeah, because every celebration should also go with some commitment for the next celebration.
Absolutely. I think with that, I would like to open it up to the audience in just a minute or two. But before I do that, Madan, I'll come to you. I've heard the word capacity building a lot on this stage, and I think we talk about it a lot in our work. And I think it appears to me that to get this, rural entrepreneur up and running and to get this system, geared, it takes a lot of capacity building, and that comes with a lot of cost. So my question for you is, if we really have to do this at scale, is there a different model of either capacity building, which could maybe involve technology, or financing this capacity building, maybe through initiatives like the social stock exchange? How do we really imagine this whole support system that we're putting around the entrepreneur, which may not be self-sustainable at this point in time?
Sure, Aparna, and I'll try and weave some fantastic comments and ideas made by my fellow panelists. First of all, on this talk of unicorns and babycons, I think, if you look at every district economy, we are between a $2 billion to a $4 billion, $5 billion economy at a district level, and it's doubling over the last 8 years. Assume that it doubles over the next 8 years, 7 years, it could be faster. We are looking at a sizable economy at a district level itself. Every district will be between a $6 to $10 billion economy, and I think that is required if you want to do our own pathways to a $10 trillion, $15 trillion economy, right? So I completely resonate saying that with every district can potentially, if you're going to add $5 to $6 billion of economic value, can produce not just one, but maybe 10 unicorns, right? So our dreams is that why are we patting ourselves? Well, we pat ourselves on the back for 100 plus unicorns. We should be patting ourselves on the back for 10,000, maybe the new definition of unicorns that we create. That's one. Two, the point about ecosystem playing a key role, which is local, is critical, and that's what we've been trying to do at GAME, at the Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship, where we've been now doing it for about 5 years. And I can't overemphasize the importance of a decentralized, distributed network to do rather than a centralized approach, right? If local economy has to develop, it is the local entrepreneurs, local ecosystem actors who knows best how to develop it, and if we can support that ecosystem, then things will start falling into place. Right? And lastly, to your point about capacity building, see, our experience at Heddle High on any training program, I think somebody, Amartya said it beautifully, that poverty is nothing but capability deprivation and opportunity deprivation. What I've seen is that if you can show opportunities, capabilities get developed, right? The challenge has been the chicken and egg. If we develop capabilities, and there are no opportunities, the objectivity to take that capability is very low. But if you can put a business model out there and say, hey, there is a $1 billion opportunity here. We talked about mobile repair shops coming up. Nobody went and taught them how to repair a mobile. If I'm a youth in a village, I saw people buying mobile phones and falling into water. I will open a shop and say, I'll repair maybe the 6th phone, I'll figure out. Somebody was telling me that the innovation of keeping a wet mobile phone in a jar of rice must have come from somewhere, because they figured out that it'll absorb moisture in 2 days, it'll be fine, right? So my thought to NABARD, and the idea that you're talking about is that let's create opportunities in the villages. You know, like how we saw PCOs coming up, internet cafes coming up, mobile repair shops coming up. Now with the advent of AI, can we think of 200, 300,000 AI shops, right? Where any solution for AI, can we train youth and say, listen, AI is going to help in agriculture, healthcare, education, you know, stuff like that. Can we create AI ambassadors who will go out and enable people to make more money and to put more money on their table, right? Maybe that's a large opportunity, right? So I think there will be many ideas like this. My only last part is phenomenal. I was just sitting and imagining 81 when NABARD would have started to be the 44th Foundation Day. So huge round of applause to everybody and kudos for this journey. I think it requires a massive ovation. But I would also leave a point to say, I think this is a great opportunity for us to think about the next 44 years, right? In 22 years, it will be 2047. Our dreams of Viksit Bharat, and then if we can think another 22 years, can we start imagining what will we do as an ecosystem the next 22 years, which means an 18-year-old who's at 40 will be the peak of his or her career. How can we enable them to truly be the champions of Viksit Bharat by bringing in technology, entrepreneurship, capacity and talent, and the business models together? And I think that's the challenge ahead of us, that how do we leapfrog into the future and really accelerate, because the youth are moving very fast. And if we don't, we'll be out of sync.
Super. I like that idea a lot, which is a network of, technology agents or enablers, for AI, but also maybe some of the mechanized technologies. How do we set that up? I have a few more panelists to speak, but I'm mindful of time. So I would like to actually ask the audience if you have any questions for our panelists or any reflections from this session. I've not known this audience to be so quiet usually. Yes, Mr. Manikumar, please. Can we send a mic?
Good evening. And at the outset, thank you so much to the panelists for the insightful suggestions and ideas you have shared. Yes, many of them resonate very closely as we look at strategically repositioning NABARD over the next 22 years, as you said, towards Viksit Bharat. It's also well accepted that, to unlock the potential in this sector, we may have to look at one of the three strategic interventions. One is financing, one is infra development, and the third will be value chain integration. So in your opinion, sir, which of these will have the most impact in unlocking the potential of this sector? It's financing, infra, or value chain integration? Thank you.
Sir, I think you will be the first one to answer, and then anybody else who'd like to
If you
add.
talk about public financing will be the most impactful thing. That is what people want actually. Value chain is perhaps the most important thing for the whole system. It is a value chain starting from the production to the processing to consumer, marketing, export. And that should be the approach for everyone. And that is what we are also working in Tamil Nadu. We are taking 8 important crops of Tamil Nadu, which covers 90% of our production. And we are trying to create a value chain. Can I speak about this particular value chain to you very quickly? See, Tamil Nadu produces the 24% of Murugankai across the world. Moringa. Every 4 moringa, 1 moringa is produced in Tamil Nadu, but there is a huge potential for export. And there is a moringa export zone created by Tamil Nadu. In a remote southern tip of Tamil Nadu, Tirunelveli district, in a place called Valliyur, we created a value chain for Moringa. This value chain is a kind of, the concept is decentralized production, centralized processing, distributed marketing. What we did is very small. Small is always beautiful. We connected 100 farmers with 2 processing units, 2 Moringa leaf powder processing units, and then 3 exporters. Trust me, my dear friends, only last 7 months, more than 15 tons of Moringa leaf powder has gone to Germany and Netherlands, lot of different countries. It is a very tiny, beautiful model. And seeing the success of this model, what happens, the processors go to the growers and then pay them on the spot, take the Moringa leaves. Seeing these farmers are getting the money on their doorsteps, more and more farmers are willing to come into Moringa cultivation. And seeing these processors are getting benefit, more and more people venturing into the businesses coming for doing this activity. So now the Tirunelveli, only 200-300 hectares of Moringa was there. Already we have enlarged it to now 800 to 900 hectares. So it's moving. So one small model makes it very beautiful. So we are trying to extrapolate it for all other 8 crops. And I am very sure if we successfully do it, it is going to make a revolution here. One small model, this small model can be replicated like Nikra. It's going to be a revolution happening here. What we require is not a transformation, but a revolution for the rural development. Revolution can occur only by the processing system in the whole thing. And one more thing I like to mention very quickly, because NABARD has funded us a good project. It is a grant from NABARD. They have given us 70 lakhs and we are pitching in 50 lakhs from the government of Tamil Nadu. It is a 120 lakhs project. What we are doing now is identify 120 youth from Delta districts of Tamil Nadu and then offer them 3 months, not 3 days, not 1 week, not 2 weeks, 3 months crash entrepreneurship training on food processing. And we are not going to leave the graduates of this training without attendance. After the graduation, we are going to bring them into the government schemes, make them create food industries. And we are not going to stop at that point. Now, NABARD has in principle agreed to provide us about 65 crores of, the 70 lakhs was grant, the 65 crores is loan. This loan we are taking to create 2 nano food parks. 2 nano food parks, one in Tiruchirappalli, one in Thiruvarur, both in Delta districts. What is nano food park is different from other food parks. Food park means they give you the land. And then you have to buy the land and you have to build the building. Then you have to create the machinery and then start the industry. It is a very, for a middle man, for a middle order investor, waiting so much long time, investing so much money is extremely difficult. Somebody wants to venture in rural, people want to venture into the food industries business. The main problem they face is the building space. You can question yourself in your village what is happening. If you want an industry, unless you have a building, it is not possible at all. You have to build a building itself will call a couple of crores. So that is the difficulty, and I have seen the model in Vietnam, Thailand, and everywhere. And they are giving it for a kind of rental purposes, this building. Initial 5 to 7 years is no rent. Next 5 years is 50% rent. Once they established 100% rent. We are trying to replicate this model. Thank you.
Super. That's a very great example of how the grant model can then, convert to credit linked and credit backed for enterprise. Thank you so much for sharing. Other questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
First of all, kudos to all the panel members, for sharing your perspective to this rural entrepreneurship issue, because this is at the core of NABARD's all intervention for last 44 years. So we were talking about the technology adoption, right? It has been seen that technology adoption has been challenging, very, very challenging at the rural level to develop especially for rural enterprises. So what do you feel that how startup now since last 10 years or so, startup ecosystem, it has picked up like anything in our country, more than 1.7 lakh startups are already registered. So how do you think that startup now new coming up, so many startups are coming up, so they can bring a change in technology adoption in our country, especially in rural area?
I got the questions. So really it is a challenge. There is a lot of challenge, as my earlier also had a discussion on that. But there are the system, there is ecosystem, players are many are there. We are not approaching all the players. The challenge is we have to make the entrepreneurs, particularly in micro entrepreneurs, to approach the existing system. We have a system in such a way, for example, they are not identifying the real problems. When if you identify real problem, then there is a solution for it. Second thing, we have to develop the trust. The trust has to be created about the technology which it's been developed. The third, which is required for identifying the model, the business model. There is no market research. Unless without market research or without the proper business plan, no technologies can be adopted. Even if it's been in a very bigger industry or small industry, there will be a research, a market research is most important. The demand analysis is more important. Competitor analysis are more important. Right? In addition to the way with the other things which are required, yes, more branding or packaging, all respects are required. So these are the things we have to, particularly this problem which we are facing with the FPOs. Today, we have promoted large number of FPOs with the help of all organizations. How we are going to accelerate, that's the most important to promote your technologies on that. So what I will take some input from our Alexon sir, that unless you make it the value addition in their total value chain, definitely the APOs cannot be get it accelerated on that. Today we have given a lot of technical support to them. Technology backup is with us, but we have to integrate those technologies in their value chain model, which will make them, and then there will be a adoption of the technologies likely to come in enhanced manner. This is what the answer will like to give it.
Just want to make a very quick example which is fascinating because that will also redefine infrastructure capital. Now, about 2 years ago, I met a manufacturer of EVs who wanted to sell in some of the villages in Mandya. So we said, why do you want to put up a showroom and appoint a dealer? We said, why don't we sell it in the metaverse? So we actually created a virtual EV showroom, converted a mobile repair shop into a metaverse showroom. All we had to do is invest in 3 Oculus Quest devices, which went up to 10, which is 20,000-30,000 rupees each. And in 6 months, we had 10,000 rural citizens enter the metaverse, interact with a sales guy in the metaverse, looking at various types of EVs in the virtual world. We had 800 inquiries for those EVs. We had kept a few bikes in one central location. We used to take it from village to village, showing it around. And in that 6 months, this guy ended up selling 45 EVs. So if you look at from a technology standpoint, we didn't have to invest in infrastructure. We brought the market in a new way. Capital got available because as soon as the EVs inquiry started coming in, all the banks and the NBFCs came and said, we'll finance it. And this chap made a killing commission by creating the demand for EVs. So I would also think there are lots of entrepreneurs out there who know how to use tech. We need to create the pathways. And the moment, so you to point, we put a business model out there where the entire chain makes money, I think everybody aligns quickly, right? But we need to do it in a very concerted manner, in a very thought-through manner, rather than islands of excellence.
This is an amazing example, and I think, maybe if we can find some of these entrepreneurs, NAB Ventures may want to do some seed funding as well. Other questions from the audience?
So there's a question from here, I think collective 2-3 questions. One is, what are those industries and sub-industries today that in rural areas you've seen as emerging but have a credit gap? I think we have the NAB Sanrakshan CEO also who wants to know what the next credit guarantee for NABARD should be. I think on the second leg, one question is, everyone's spoken of collectives on this panel and using collectives as a lever of growth and creating rural enterprises. How do you make governance within them work? Because there are many cases of board resigning, chairman changing. So what trend have you seen within those organizations that make them tick?
Thank you so much. Both good questions. I will ask Sharma ji to talk about the first one.
First question. What is the first question, sir? Can you please repeat?
The first question is, what are some of the newer enterprises where there are big credit gaps, where there could be role for a credit guarantee kind of mechanism?
Okay, okay. So what are the sectors you mean to ask? Yeah, definitely, as I said, the service sector, mostly the banks, are willing to finance any capital intensive projects, right? But when it comes to the service sector, it's very difficult, especially when we did some, these projects, rural entrepreneurs projects in Himachal Pradesh, for homestays, for these people, who will finance? So that is what, one of my requests to the, since 2 decades we are requesting in these kind of platforms, the financial institutions, that why can't we customize, the loan products? See, today we have working capital loan, we have term loan, fair enough. But do we have customized products? Like for example, if you take food processing, see, normally what will happen is that, they will give for purchase of machinery, the grant will be given or the loans will be given. But what about, taking FSSA certification or following HACCP protocol? There are no loan products. No, if you see in some of the even developing countries, what I observed in Ethiopia and Egypt also, they are coming out with this kind of, even for hiring BDS providers, service providers also they are having loan products. So that is very important question as you rightly asked. There are some sectors, especially service sector, there is definite need to, come out with customized loan products. I hope I answered your question. And the second one is that, how to strengthen the collectives. Am I right? So there are, as I already said, previously also, collectives we have formed, and, the capacity building is very much important. There are many special purpose vehicles. We have formed many farmers producer organizations. Even in artisans also, they are forming producer companies. And the problem is that once they know, there is an implementing agency which are supporting them. For 3 years, they are supporting them. So after exit of the 3 years of the implementing agency or any technical agency, the system will collapse. So it's a very valid question. So that is the reason why we are requesting the ministries also, the concerned ministries, then you come out with a solid sustainability map, sustainability parameters. Suppose even if they are leaving, the implementing agency is leaving, what are the sustainability parameters, how to make these self-governances more robust? So one is that, capacity building and organizing regular MDPs, management development programs. Second one is ensuring that there is a rotation among these, the so-called executive of the SPVs. That is not happening in most of the collectives. So one person, most of the time he will only win, and he is, virtually is ruling that. So that is the reason why another one to make it sustain is that, we have to ensure that there is a rotation system. And like that, we have given around 20 parameters for sustainability of the collectives, even when the financing agency or the implementing agencies exist. So one can be, the long-term, working committee. There is a cluster coordination committee or collective coordination committee we can form, wherein we can invite the central government official like MSMEDI or DAC or one nominee from NABARD and SIDBI. In each of these collectives, there should be a committee. So to monitor, to evaluate, to guide them. So that is another suggestion that we have given. Like that, we have given 20 suggestions. If it is required, I can also, circulate the note. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Would anybody else like to add a perspective on either? Yeah.
Just a continuation of Dr. Madan, what I would like to say, that particularly on the FPOs, what he said, we are given for 3 years and support. What next? So now more concentration we have to do for an acceleration. More work has to be done on acceleration, which always covers many aspects. That naturally all aspects will come on their branding, marketing, or getting, somebody was telling about, the output-based license required, for FASI license required. So all we plan for output-based acceleration program, right? How many product has to be marketed? That should be in our target for it. How many products we can get it, the license for them? That should be in project for it. So we will give more emphasis on acceleration, which I would like to propose to this NABARD to make it. The second, my suggestion is, Government of India has tested a model called Rural Smart Village Centers model. Recently, it has been initiated by the Principal of Scientific Advisor, creating particularly the promotion of the rural enterprises to be marketed in the rural village, which is required for the 10 to 15 villages. The technology has to reach need-based technologies developed by any organization, any institution or any individual has to be located at that rural mart and has to market. So NABARD can take such a role, some role on how the smart village center can be. Now presently around 30 centers have been created, and those centers are able to reach out and started addressing the challenges. So probably that will address some of the parents asked, what is the adoption of the technologies, what the challenge required. This is the one model also can be tried for it. NABARD can take as a project mode on that. Thank you.
Super. Thank you so much. Yes, sir, I think we have a hand at the back and then this lady. But sir, I think first the gentleman at the back. Sorry. We have quite a few hands. Ma'am, I think you have the mic. Why don't
yes.
you go ahead and then we can pass it to sir after, please.
Yeah, okay, I'll finish up. Okay, myself Dharni Mulidharan. I represent a producer company where we manufacture silk handloom products, which is supported by NABARD. And thanks for talking about OFPOs and its importance, sir. Recently, we had been to a startup delegation to Germany and France, where we were representing India about the natural textile and how are we contributing to zero microplastics in textiles and also the carbon footprint reduction in production cycle. So having said that, majorly not only the handloom producer companies but also the artisans, we already know that we contribute very low carbon emission in production cycle. But then when I was switching this idea like about zero microplastic and carbon emission and all to the German consulate, they were very much interested to conduct a research for the same, where they can have some proven studies how our natural fibers from India really helps the skin of a human being comparatively when they wear denim jeans. So they asked me to write an email regarding research request. I was happy for that, and that is when I thought like we have so of wide segments of handicrafts and handlooms in our India. So in order to bring it to a global landscape, if it is able to collaborate with research industries in order to conduct some proven studies on the low carbon emission and zero microplastics, I think that will be the future of the global aspirations that is moving towards, sir. So what is your thought process on that, sir? I would like to hear it from you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I agree with you. See, as I already said, see, these kind of suggestions, to go to the global footprint and at a global level, if we want to go to that level, we need certain loan products also, as I already said, the OFPO or the Spurti, these schemes are, at one point of, for infrastructure or for market development, that is okay. But when it goes to beyond that, and if you want to achieve at the global level, definitely we require certain loan products. That is what I've gone harping at, since 2 decades we are requesting that we need to customize some of the loan products. So definitely I hope that it is coming out now. In fact, some of the Ministry of Non-Renewable Energy, they are coming out with new schemes, and also, as you said, carbon footprint and as well as energy efficiency. They are, I think some of the loan products are under pipeline. I think by next year, I think we can see at least 10 to 15 different kinds of loan products will come up.
Thank you so much. If you could pass the mic to sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Jocelyn Dambi from Bullakat Workers Development Association. Through our institution, we have formed more than 65,000 self-help group of more than 10 lakh members in 6 states of India. The real problem, SCG bank linkages, countless crores we have given through NABARD refinance scheme and other things. The main problem, my experience in our institution, at least 10%, even 10%, people are not utilizing the money for the productivity. They are rotating themselves only, getting money and giving money to others. Like that, the problem is going on. This will create a lot of problem. Another within 5-10 years. To stop, the main reason is there the members are not at all entrepreneur. They are unable to do productive activities. My humble request to NABARD is that at least black voice, all over India, black voice, 2-3 trade on the basis of the local need, one production center with training, with marketing, if clearly identify, give training, then only the SHG will also, sustainability will be there and people will get continuous employment. We are talking lot of models. The models also, we got a very good result, but triplication is not there. So my humble request, so panelists, lot of experience they shared. At least some of the success stories, black-wise, you please try to do it. Then only employment generation, the sustainability of the people will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that suggestion. I think very, very valuable. I think we're almost at the end of time for our session now. I wanted to check if there are any final questions from the audience.
Good evening.
Yes.
Myself, Dr. Parthiban from VIT University, Vellore. Just I want to know about the application of ESG norms in NABARD projects and what the scope, ESG norms like environment, social governance and its norms in application in NABARD. Thank you.
Sir, I'm afraid there's nobody from NABARD on the stage to take that question. I'm not sure if anybody in the audience, maybe we can take that offline. I think later in the day, perhaps somebody would be. What I can say is that, you know, I believe NABARD has recently come up with its climate strategy. There's a green taxonomy in place, and this is being operationalized throughout. Yes, well noted. I think we've had a great panel discussion, and we've had superb interaction from the audience. You know, we're close to the end, and I think before we wrap up, I had one rapid fire question, or two rapid fire questions, I think, for our panelists. I will ask you both questions, and you get 30 seconds to, you know, give your quick responses. So question one is, what is the new insight that you gained from the discussion today? And question two is, what is one big idea that you think NABARD or anybody else in this ecosystem should take forward in the next 3 to 6 months to build? One new insight and one big idea. Sir, I'm going to start with you.
And second one is?
One big idea for NABARD.
I think I already informed you as far as one big idea is concerned. Definitely, I also request NABARD to come out with sector-specific loan products, at least for rural enterprise sector. You know, for food processing and for this kind of service sectors like you know, green, what do you call agri stays and eco stays. So definitely that is one of my main requests. And one takeaway definitely, as rightly said, value chain. Value chain is one of the most important. In fact, in most of the developed clusters now, they are not talking, the developed countries, they're not talking about clusters now. They're talking about value chain development. So, you know, because suppose if we establish a good common facility center in a particular cluster, that doesn't mean that automatically raw material, quality raw material will come. That doesn't mean that a finished product will be sold at an organized retail outlet automatically. That will not happen. So definitely strengthening the value chain is very important, and that is the insight I know. I got it from you. Sir, thank you very much.
Ma'am?
One insight is that future skills. So they were talking about artificial intelligence. I think one place that is Lasalgaon, I think Maharashtra, the highest, where the biggest onion market is there, yeah. So one girl, I think through IoT, she could able to help them in protecting the value of the onion. Yeah, otherwise I think 30 to 40% of the onion was getting rotten and they were losing the profits. So that's how they could minimize. And that market, they could connect to many markets across Maharashtra. So future skills is the need. Of course, that covers green skills and all related to IT, IoT, many things. That one insight. And one more to NABARD is that they can always, propose for Indian Rural Development Service. We have such a big ministry, but that service is not there. Now government is coming with many cadres. So this ISDS, IEDS is a new cadre. Likewise, Indian Rural Development Service also they can think about. And one more, NABARD, when Dr. Sushila was in Hyderabad, in RO, Telangana RO, they have established one pilot center in our institute in Hyderabad, Center for Digital Marketing and Branding. So that is going very well. That can be expanded to all the states across. So that is really helping the FPCs and FPOs to market their product and to put it in a very, very presentable manner with a brand.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you. Rapid questions are always nervous. Luckily, there were two people in front of me, so I could think something serious. One thing I like to say is about food industries, food processing. Everybody plunge into masala making, kadala muttai making, oil making, this is all very large players are there inside. Marketing becomes difficult and they somehow vanish. Small rural industries vanish, pickle making and all that. My recommendation is diversify your product or extract valuable compounds from the food and agriculture waste, food industry waste. Couple of examples that we were working on: silica from rice husk ash. Rice husk ash contains 90% silica. Silica is about 200 rupees worth a kilogram. Ash is 1 rupee a kilogram. So it is a 200 times value addition. Yesterday I was in Dharmapuri talking to the farmers of mango and pulp making units. Everybody is talking pulp is not selling. We are 1,000 crore pulp is lying down, this, that and all that. Large industries also. They don't know what they are doing. These guys are extracting pulp from at least 1 million mangoes a day. And 1 million mangoes gives 1 million nuts. And 1 million nuts contain 14% oil. And this 14% oil is a very highly valued product and nobody cares for it. Extracting the oil is a big income for these companies. And they are throwing entire skin out. Rest of the, after extracting the oil, the rest of the thing is a starch. There are fibers in it. The skin is thrown. There is a magnifera, is a chemical. Hungary is willing to buy it because this is a pharmaceutical thing. If it requires 10 days for you to recover from medication, if you use this for mango fira, it will take only 5 days. So they are buying from a lot of people and nobody knows. Diversify your product is the idea. NABARD, one great thing NABARD should do is simplify your loan schemes and offer it to the farmers for creating rural food industries.
Thank you. Lovely. So?
I understand you are precise with the time. So answer should be one line. So as you said it, the important things to be carried over is rural innovation, rural product or rural technologies. It has to be there in every time in the form of conclave, in the form of different event to promote. If you want really for the inclusive growth, that is a mandatory. The second, the person who expressed is the most important. Bankers have to be sensitized in the rural areas, all the schemes and programs. Really, they are all well aware of at the senior level, we are able to sensitize. Even in SLBC, we are able to sensitize what we need. But when my rural people goes for their place in the rural branch, they are not sensitized and they were not able to process it. So that has to be taken in a mission mode, how the strategies to be finalized, how the rural bankers can support rural enterprises.
Gen AI for the last mile bankers.
Yes.
Great idea, sir.
Being last, I don't know whether it's an advantage or a disadvantage, but the one big insight was triggered by the question saying that maybe we should really relook at how we are marketing products to the global audiences, and how can we really create templates where we can position it to be climate friendly, health friendly, etc., than just selling, I'm just selling a handloom. And I think there's a lot to be done there. The second big idea, which kind of got triggered by ma'am's thing, you know, as we speak, I'm trying to deploy 50,000 engineers of Vishweshwaraya Technological University to be local economy development entrepreneurs. Right? They're going to spend 6 months working in the villages. We have identified 8,000 villages where they will work across 10 sectors and identify how they as interns, as entrepreneurs, can contribute towards the local economy. So to the idea of the Indian Rural Development Service, maybe to start with, if NABARD can say work with 1,000 colleges and give internships to students to be local economic development ambassadors or something like that, certified by NABARD, the amount of data, and you are going to create a cadre of thousands of youth who understand what local economy, rural economy is, and bring in innovation. Maybe that's an idea I want to leave with. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to our panelists. That's our session for today. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello. Hello. Thank you so much for that. It was from a sedate panel discussion to a thrilling rapid fire round. Thank you so much, our panelists. Now I have 10 big takeaways from this panel discussion. So, moving on. A heartfelt thank you to our moderator, Ms. Aparna Bijapurkar, and our brilliant panelists, Shri Sharma, Dr. Swarupa, Dr. Alagusundaram, Dr. Vinayakam, and Shri Padaki, for that rich and inspiring exchange on fostering rural enterprises for inclusive growth. Your practical insights on innovative financing, technology integration, and capacity building will surely guide the road ahead. And also thank you to our fantastic audience for putting up such difficult questions for our panel members. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a special moment of appreciation. May I request Shri B.R. Premi, Chief General Manager, Rural MSME Department, NABARD, to kindly step forward and present a token of our gratitude to our 5 panelists and our more than adept moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, the mementos that we are going to present is an artifact of Gulabi Meenakari, a prestigious GI-tagged craft, whose revival and promotion has been proudly facilitated by NABARD. Meenakari in Hindi means enameling, and Gulabi comes from the copious amount of pink that is used in these artifacts. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as we present these mementos to our excellent panelists. I think the applause should just continue as Premi sir hands over these beautiful specimens of millennia-old art that is, again, thriving with the help of Government of India initiatives as well as NABARD's efforts on the ground. Dr. Swarupa ma'am. Please, a big round of applause. This is for the effort that our artisans have put in for the mementos and our panelists have put in for the discussion. Shri Shravan Kumar Sharma, ladies and gentlemen. And a fabulous moderator of the evening, Ms. Aparna Bijapurkar. Everyone. Thank you so much, our panelists and our moderator. Thank you. So now, moving ahead, it is not only words and jargons thrown around that define our capacity for dedicated work and fine achievements in the sphere of rural inclusivity and development, but concrete, physical, and crystallized products. To augment that, we have decided to showcase but a slice of Tamil Nadu's rich palette of offerings. We have arranged for a curated exhibition next door of agri and agri-allied products. The showcase features 16 stalls, thoughtfully arranged across 3 thematic zones of starter products, GI tagged specialties, and farmer-producer organization offerings. Highlighting the bold rural entrepreneurship and unique regional identities alongside collective marketing success, we have with us tonight agripreneurs from the districts of Madurai, Dindigul, Chennai, Virudhunagar, Cuddalore, Kanchipuram, Kallakurichi, Tirupur, Tiruvannamalai, and Tirunelveli. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone joining from out of Chennai, let me take you on a journey of these stalls. Please allow me to give you an audio tour of the stalls showcasing India's vibrant agriculture and allied sector innovations. In the starter products corner, we have herbal cosmetic soaps and shampoos from Madurai-based Tawashi Herbals. We have organic paints from cow dung by Go Paints. Who could have thought that paint from cow dung? After everything that a cow has given us, the cow dung is providing us with paints to decorate our house. Now that is what you would call innovation. Mahashakti Natural Foods, offering jaggery-based products and honey, yum. Dashi Ventures from Madurai is bringing in organic cosmetics and toothbrushes. Now you can keep your teeth clean without adding plastic to the ocean. From Dindigul, we have startups like Himawat Organics and Visaha Agro Products, giving us heritage in small packets of malts, mixes, traditional rice, and custard apple powders. Speaking of powders, Chennai-based Bonjour Exports is offering moringa soup powder, moringa idli powder, moringa oil, and jaggery products. Makes you really wonder what a superfood moringa is. Amongst the GI product array, we have the very famous celebrity from Muruganandam, its fiery chilies. Superstar cashews from Cuddalore, likewise, lifelike wood-carved statues of Kallakurichi, and last but definitely not the least, the thala of saris, Kanchivaram saris, just the name is enough. Now the power of the collective is very much on display next door by the FPOs of Tirupur, giving us ragi brownies, edible oils, millet-based value-added products by Magilam FPCL, and banana chips by Avinashi Appar FPCL. Javad Hills FPCL from Tiruvannamalai is here to offer us honey, ragi, malt, health mix, and wild tamarind. Sounds like a healthy adventure to me. Coconut shell products from Tirunelveli and traditional rice, Mudavattakal soup mix, palm jaggery, country jaggery powder from Kallakurichi by Virucham Organic FPCL. From startups giving us superfoods to snacks and traditional products marketed by thriving FPOs, each stall tells a story of rural enterprise, value addition, and market linkage, echoing tonight's theme of inclusive growth. It makes all of us want to shop till the last item available in these stalls becomes unavailable. But unfortunately, the stalls today are display-only stalls. But remember, nothing is stopping you from contacting these very enterprising people and ordering from them later on. After this feast for the senses, we will talk about Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu, this exciting state with 4 World Heritage Sites and a world of heritage within it, is hosting us tonight. Tonight, although we celebrate the Foundation Day of NABARD on 12th of July, 11th of July is a very important day in itself because today it's the World Population Day. Now, as many of you might be aware that India is on the verge of crossing 1.5 billion people. Population-wise, we have already surpassed China to become the most populous nation on this earth. It really makes you think, what all can be done? What more can we do as individuals, as collective, as national level organizations that NABARD is, as the government, at the state level and the national level. So on this World Population Day, it is such a good opportunity that NABARD is celebrating its own Foundation Day. It's like linking two concepts that were separate, but now have come together in a glorious harmony. 1.5 people, one organization, one government. Ladies and gentlemen, today's Foundation Day is also one more special day that is marked, that was yesterday. It's called the Guru Purnima. So on Guru Purnima, we pay homage to our gurus. NABARD has its guru in the Government of India, past the Reserve Bank of India, and all those great organizations that we have to look forward to on the national stage as well as international. But NABARD is also trying to go local. So we have our gurus in each and every village and in each and every innovator in those villages that are present. A heartfelt thank you to all the panelists, to the great audience that we have currently sitting here, to the dignitaries that have all come. We'll take a 5-minute break before we come back. Thank you so much.
गांव-गांव को देश की मुख्य धारा से जोड़ रहा है नाबार्ड। गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े। चल पड़े हैं गांव, चल पड़ा इंडिया।
NABARD was established as per a Parliament Act in 1981, and then on July 12th of 1982, NABARD came into existence by transferring the agricultural and rural development functions of Reserve Bank of India. Apart from that, the supervisory functions of rural financial institutions, that is cooperative banks and also regional rural banks, are being undertaken by NABARD. So if you see the NABARD's function, it is primarily aimed at overall development of agriculture sector as well as rural sector. And within that, we have three main activities. One is the refinance function, where we ensure that there is sufficient liquidity available for the rural financial institutions to lend to the needy people in the rural areas. The second function is the supervision of rural financial institution, and the third function is to develop the sector, to enable the players in the sector, including the rural people, to access finance for their overall development.
India is on the move, driven by aspirations of economic growth and powered by its youthful energy. And behind this phenomenal rise of the new India is the contribution of rural India. The growth of rural India is in fact powered by specialist institutions. The National Bank
ஒரு
for Agriculture
10 நிமிஷம் இடைவேளை எடுத்துட்டு அவங்க இருக்கைகளில் அமருமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். நமது சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்கள் இன்னும் சிறிது நேரத்தில் நம்முடன் இணைவார்கள்.
Dear audience, is please requested to assemble back here in 10 minutes as we have the chief guest arriving in that time. Please take your breaks and be seated. Thank you so much.
Development is a sterling example of such specialist institutions in the development story of the nation. Come, let us take you on the journey of NABARD on the canvas of rural India, a journey of several milestones. NABARD was set up on 12th July 1982 as India's apex development bank for serving the development aspirations of rural India. It started out as a refinancing institution for rural credit, but over the years has branched into multiple sectors related to the rural economy. This expansion is a testimony to the diverse demands of rural India and the ability of NABARD to match the same through policy planning and project execution. It all started with refinance, a tool for giving fillip to both short-term credit and long-term capital investments in agriculture. NABARD took up a scientific approach for understanding and assessing the credit requirements of Indian agriculture. It developed credit planning systems to maximize credit flow. In the recent years, new generation financial products have been introduced by NABARD in association with RBI, such as the RuPay Kisan credit cards. Refinancing long-term agricultural projects for capital formation has been a continued theme. NABARD, with the help of its technically qualified staff, developed model schemes for diverse sectors like animal husbandry, plantation, and horticulture. At NABARD, we realized early on that development of rural infrastructure is critical for rural development. It has the power to spark local economies. The Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, RIDF, set up with NABARD in 1995, has today blossomed into one of the largest channels for funding infrastructure projects in rural India. It has supported investments in areas like irrigation, rural roads, bridges, and modern warehousing facilities, among others. Irrigation is often called the very lifeline of Indian agriculture. The Long-Term Irrigation Fund, established in NABARD by the Government of India, is one of the most ambitious mechanisms in the history of Indian agriculture. Its main aim is to ensure timely execution of incomplete irrigation projects. Post-harvest management through creation of adequate storage capacity has emerged as a huge national priority in the recent years. NABARD's financial support has led to creation of modern storage space and enabled price discovery for farmers. Promotion of best practices in farm and off-farm sector is embedded in NABARD's mandate. It is perhaps the only institution in the country to have established and continued the tradition of building domain-specific funds. The Farm Sector Promotion Fund facilitates transfer of technologies to boost agricultural production, while the Watershed Development Fund and Tribal Development Fund support soil and moisture conservation and productivity enhancement, leading to better livelihoods. Nearly 1,800 projects have been supported across 1.9 million hectares in 22 states under Watershed Development Fund. The Tribal Development Fund has reached deep into the tribal heartlands to introduce suitable fruit trees into crops, micro-irrigation, agro-processing, and organized marketing. About 600 TDF projects in 26 states have benefited 500,000 tribal families. The Indian farmer is typically a small farmer with a tiny land parcel. This translates into small marketable surplus and inadequate returns for his produce. NABARD sees formation of farmer collectives as a solution to this quagmire. 150,000 farmers' clubs have been set up by NABARD in association with banks and NGOs across India to act as catalysts of change. Alongside, there is a determined effort being made to set up farmer producers organizations for efficient input purchase and marketing of their produce. Global warming is a new reality of our times. NABARD is aware of the impact it can have on agriculture and has evolved models which are in sync with ecology. It has earned the accreditation of being a National Implementing Entity, NIE, under national and international climate finance funding mechanisms for overall project implementation and monitoring of the climate change projects in India. An old Indian saying states that gods reside where women are respected. At NABARD, we have cherished women empowerment as a major organizational objective and made it a central theme of every development project. Not surprisingly, our flagship project in this area, the NABARD SHG Bank Linkage Program, is today the largest microfinance program in the world, covering more than 95 million poor rural households. In the new digital world, NABARD has initiated a project to bring self-help groups on a digital platform called eShakti. Under the Financial Inclusion Fund, NABARD has undertaken financial literacy campaigns through various stakeholders in rural India. The fund has also been used extensively to propagate financial technology among the resource-poor banks. Another silent revolution started by NABARD running across India is the Joint Liability Groups program, which enables farmers and rural lessees to access farm credit even though they are not title holders of the land. Over 2 million joint liability groups have been promoted, and credit dispersals to these groups has seen a consistent rise. Off-farm sector holds the future for a significant portion of rural communities. NABARD has evolved several refinance and promotional schemes for the development of off-farm sector in response to ground-level requirements. Skill development and promoting entrepreneurial culture among the rural youth have been key components of NABARD support. Alongside, NABARD provides marketing opportunities to rural artisans and producers by sponsoring their participation in exhibitions across the country. Rural financial institutions are a vital ingredient of India's growth story, and NABARD sees them as a critical part of the Indian rural credit system. Each year, NABARD undertakes nearly 300 inspections of rural financial institutions across the country, and in the process, helps them develop sound banking practices. Alongside, NABARD works steadfastly towards building their internal capacities and bringing professionalism into their organizations and operations. NABARD has brought more than 200 cooperative banks with nearly 7,000 branches across the country fully into the CDS platform through cloud computing. This will ensure government subsidies and payments directly into the bank accounts of its customers. Taking up such a diverse portfolio of responsibilities requires matching infrastructure internally. NABARD works through a nationwide network of regional offices to meet these challenges. At the district level, district development managers of NABARD work with stakeholders ranging from informal groups to district administration to banks, while the regional offices are the biggest partners in progress of their respective state governments. There is a belief that the banyan tree is great not because of its trunk, but because of its offshoots. NABARD stands by this belief and by its partners who enable it to reach out to rural India. State governments with their line departments, banks, multilaterals, bilaterals, NBFCs, over 4,000 civil society organizations, nearly 150,000 farmers' clubs, universities and corporates who share NABARD's vision of rural prosperity. But our most important partnership is with those whom we seek to help, the millions of rural Indians who dream of equal opportunities and economic prosperity. These dreams and their fulfillment have been the pole stars of our enriching journey. NABARD, Development Bank of the Nation, for fostering rural prosperity.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, ऐसा कहते हैं कि अकबर के दरबार में एक प्रमुख सदस्य अबुल फजल थे। उन्होंने एक बार कश्मीर की यात्रा के बाद कहा था कि कश्मीर में एक ऐसा नज़ारा है जिसे देखकर चिड़चिड़े और गुस्से लोग भी खुशी से झूम उठेंगे। दरअसल वे कश्मीर में केसर के खेतों का उल्लेख कर रहे थे। केसर सदियों से कश्मीर से जुड़ा हुआ है। कश्मीरी केसर मुख्य रूप से पुलवामा, बडगाम और किश्तवाड़ जैसी जगहों पर उगाया जाता है। इसी साल मई में कश्मीरी केसर को जियोग्राफिकल इंडिकेशन टैग यानी जीआई टैग दिया गया। इसके जरिए हम कश्मीरी केसर को एक ग्लोबली पॉपुलर ब्रांड बनाना चाहते हैं। कश्मीरी केसर वैश्विक स्तर पर एक ऐसे मसाले के रूप में प्रसिद्ध है जिसके कई प्रकार के औषधीय गुण हैं। यह अत्यंत सुगंधित होता है, इसका रंग गाढ़ा होता है और इसके धागे लंबे व मोटे होते हैं जो इसकी मेडिसिनल वैल्यू को बढ़ाते हैं। यह जम्मू और कश्मीर की समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। क्वालिटी की बात करें तो कश्मीर का केसर बहुत यूनिक है और दूसरे देशों के केसर से बिल्कुल अलग है। कश्मीर के केसर को जीआई टैग रिकॉग्नाइजेशन से एक अलग पहचान मिली है। आपको ये जानकर खुशी होगी कि कश्मीरी केसर को जीआई टैग का सर्टिफिकेट मिलने के बाद दुबई के एक सुपरमार्केट में इसे लॉन्च किया गया। अब इसका निर्यात बढ़ने लगेगा। यह आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के हमारे प्रयासों को और मजबूती देगा। केसर के किसानों को इससे विशेष रूप से लाभ होगा। पुलवामा में त्राल के शाल इलाके में रहने वाले अब्दुल मजीद वानी को ही देख लीजिए। वह अपने जीआई टैग्ड केसर को नेशनल सैफरन मिशन की मदद से पंपोर के ट्रेडिंग सेंटर में ई ट्रेडिंग के जरिए बेच रहे हैं। इसके जैसे कई लोग कश्मीर में यह काम कर रहे हैं। अगली बार जब आप केसर को खरीदने का मन बनाएं तो कश्मीर का ही केसर खरीदने की सोचें। कश्मीरी लोगों की गर्मजोशी ऐसी है कि वहाँ के केसर का स्वाद ही अलग होता है। भारत के कितने ही प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जिनकी दुनिया भर में बहुत डिमांड है और जब हम भारत के किसी लोकल प्रोडक्ट को ग्लोबल होते देखते हैं तो गर्व से भर जाना स्वाभाविक है। ऐसा ही एक प्रोडक्ट है अराकू कॉफ़ी। अराकू कॉफ़ी आंध्र प्रदेश के अल्लूरी सीताराम राजू जिले में बड़ी मात्रा में पैदा होते हैं। ये अपने रिच फ्लेवर और अरोमा के लिए जानी जाती है। अराकू कॉफ़ी की खेती से करीब 1.5 लाख आदिवासी परिवार जुड़े हुए हैं। अराकू कॉफ़ी को नई ऊंचाई देने में गिरिजन कोऑपरेटिव की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। इसने यहाँ के किसान भाई बहनों को एक साथ लाने का काम किया और उन्हें अराकू कॉफ़ी की खेती के लिए प्रोत्साहन दिया। इससे इन किसानों की कमाई भी बहुत बढ़ गई है। इसका बहुत लाभ कौड़ा डोरा आदिवासी समुदाय को भी मिला। कमाई के साथ साथ उन्हें सम्मान का जीवन भी मिल रहा है। मुझे याद है एक बार विशाखापत्तनम में आंध्र प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री चंद्रबाबू नायडू गारू के साथ मुझे इस कॉफ़ी का स्वाद लेने का मौका मिला था। इसके टेस्ट की तो पूछिए ही मत, कमाल की होती है ये कॉफ़ी। अराकू कॉफ़ी को कई ग्लोबल अवार्ड्स मिले हैं। दिल्ली में हुई G20 समिट में भी कॉफ़ी छाई हुई थी। आपको जब भी अवसर मिले आप भी अराकू कॉफ़ी का आनंद जरूर लें।
12 रुपए वाले बीमा के विषय में तो हम नहीं जानते भाई, ये कैसा क्या है।
उनको लगता है कि लड़कियां हैं वो शादी करके अपने ससुराल चली जाएंगी और लड़के हैं तो वो हमको आगे चल के कमा के हमको पैसा देंगे।
अब एक तो गांव का आदमी अशिक्षित होता है, हर बातें उसको मालूम नहीं है।
अब हमका कुछ जानकारी नहीं, अब हम तुमसे क्या बताएं।
Fatehpur, a district of Uttar Pradesh, is one of India's most backward districts and identified as an aspirational district by the Government of India. The district is in close proximity of cities Lucknow, Kanpur and Prayagraj. The villages in the district are underdeveloped and poor with widespread illiteracy. Malacca subservice area, comprising of villages Malacca and KY, are no different. The people here are mostly involved in agriculture and manual labor. Slow economic growth, poor amenities, unemployment, and migration to nearby cities are the major problems faced by the people. With sluggish economic activities, neither the banks were too keen in expanding their business, nor were the people enthusiastic in using financial services. The nearest bank branch at Dhakoli is about 7 kilometers away from Malacca, the nearest ATM 12 kilometers away, and there is no post office in the village. People have learned to live without financial services.
उनके अंदर ये धारणा पुराने लोगों के अंदर है कि अगर हम जो है बैंक से लोन लेंगे, जो पुराने लोग हैं तो उनको उसकी अदायगी नहीं कर पाएंगे तो हमारी जो है खेती चली जाएगी, घर चला जाएगा.
This was a classic case of low demand and low supply. Was awareness of financial services enough to create demand? Could the availability of financial services accelerate demand? How far could banking technology help in bridging the gap? And was the Baroda Uttar Pradesh Gramin Bank up to the challenge? These were some of the questions faced by NABARD at the start of the Action Research Project on Comprehensive Financial Inclusion, or CFI, in Malacca. The objective of the CFI project was to provide the complete array of financial products, including savings, insurance, pension, remittance and credit. In July 2017, the stakeholders met village sarpanch and government officials to apprise them of the project. Gram Sabhas were organized where officials introduced CFI and informed the villagers about its requirement and need in the villages. After the Gram Sabhas, participatory rural appraisals were conducted, which were followed by trained surveyors conducting a pre-pilot survey. 1,236 households and 5,225 individuals were surveyed. The findings indicated that 59% of the individuals were uneducated and only 22% had access to primary education. 1,892 persons, or 38% of the population, did not even have a bank account, and only 18% of those who did had a debit card. Life insurance seemed like a redundant luxury and pension a far-fetched need. The findings were deliberated in different monitoring committee meetings, and based on the results of the survey, an action plan was drafted and the project was launched in November 2017.
सुनो 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 किसान भाइयों के लिए खुशियों भरे पैगाम, इंसानियत को गले लगाइए, अब दोस्तों पैसे ही पैसा कमाइए। क्षेत्रीय ग्रामीण बैंक द्वारा अनेक भारत सरकार द्वारा सुविधाएं जारी।
बैटरी वाले रिक्शा से आते हैं, बुलाते हैं हम लोगों को कि यहाँ फलानी जगह पर आज मीटिंग है, इतने बजे से है, तो हमको इसीलिए पता चलता है, वहाँ सब लोग इकट्ठा होकर के जाते हैं।
Through the Financial Literacy Rath, villagers were encouraged to attend financial literacy camps organized at multiple locations in the SSA. These camps helped the villagers understand various aspects of financial literacy, its need, use, and benefits.
बैंक आपके द्वारा ये योजना भारत सरकार के द्वारा नाबार्ड के सहयोग से लगातार आपके गांव में चलाई जा रही और इन सभी योजनाओं का आप लोग भरपूर फायदा उठाइए।
सर जैसे अभी नाबार्ड में जब मीटिंग में गए, कई लोग गए जो अनभिज्ञ थे, नहीं जानते थे, बैंक से जो है डरते थे जो है, तो उनके अंदर जब नाबार्ड मीटिंग में गए तो उनके अंदर सारी जानकारियाँ हुई।
In the pre-pilot stage, 64% of the population already had a bank account, but only 18% had a debit card. In the post-pilot phase, 87% of the population acquired saving bank accounts. Although issuance of debit cards registered a twofold increase, the share of account holders with debit card increased to only 56%. To increase the penetration of digital transactions, officials decided that cardless banking should be encouraged through Aadhaar-enabled payment system and mobile banking. Aadhaar enrollment as well as Aadhaar seeding of saving bank accounts was necessary for this.
ढकोली ब्रांच जिसके अंतर्गत ये दोनों गांव आते हैं, मलाका और केवई, ढकोली ब्रांच में एक आधार इनरोलमेंट सेंटर खोला गया, क्योंकि इतना आसान नहीं होता है किसी का आधार कार्ड बनवाना। लेकिन जो परेशानी देख रहे थे कि आधार कार्ड के लिए कहीं इन्हें दूर ले जाना पड़ेगा, जाएंगे नहीं जाएंगे।
Once again, the e-rickshaw came to the rescue. It was deployed to bring people to the Aadhaar Enrollment and Update Center set up at Dhakoli branch. This resulted in 100% Aadhaar enrollment, while Aadhaar seeding went up to 86%. To facilitate villagers' access to banking facilities, a mobile van was introduced. The mobile van ran through the SSA and was instrumental in encouraging the villagers to carry out financial transactions on their own. The banking correspondent, or the BC point, situated between Kevai and Malaka villages, got revived with the advent of CFI. Villagers now started transacting regularly from BC point.
बैंक यहाँ सब घर घर जाके के खाता खुलवाया, बीमा करवाया, दुकानदारों को लोन दिया, यहाँ अलाउंस करवाया, मुनादी करवाया सबके लिए कि जिसको खाता खुलवा, क्रेडिट कार्ड बनवाया।
The villagers, and in particular women, received massive awareness on financial services. It was only befitting that they be organized as self-help groups for better sustenance. Existing SHGs were revived under the CFI project. Earlier, only 35 women were enrolled in SHGs as compared to 836 women in the post-pilot stage.
क्या जैसे जो कोई धंधा भी कर सकते हैं, कोई कारखाना कर सकते हैं, तो सिलाई हम करते हैं तो इसलिए हमको पैसा नहीं है तो हमको बड़ी दुकान चलाना है तो उसको पैसे निकाल के हम कोई भी बिजनेस कर सकते हैं, कोई भी आगे बढ़ा भी सकते हैं।
To secure the future of every girl child, the villagers were introduced to Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana. This was followed by the introduction of a piggy bank scheme. After registration in the Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, the girl child would be given a gullak in order to inculcate the habit of saving.
8% का ब्याज मिलेगा। बोल रहे हैं कि जैसे आपकी बच्ची बड़ी हो गई, शादी ब्याह में ज़रूरत है, उसमें निकलाइए 21 साल के बाद, या आप अपनी बच्ची को कुछ करवाना चाहती हैं, पढ़ाने लिखाने का और आगे सोच रहे हैं तो उसमें निकला लीजिए, ये फ़ायदा बताया।
96 girls were enrolled in Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana during the project period. Importantly, the number rose from 4 to 96. There were 496 farmers in Malaka and Kevai combined. After close follow-up, the number of farmers with KCC doubled, covering 91% of eligible farmers. Only 48% had RuPay Kisan card in the pre-pilot phase, which increased to 87%. Enrollment in Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana also shot up from 47% to 86%.
किसान को इधर उधर भटकना नहीं पड़ेगा। अगर बैंक के माध्यम से बन गया तो किसी साहूकार से या किसी से कर्ज लेने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं। अपना बैंक जाइए, अपना समय से लेके समय से अदा कीजिए, उसमें एक रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट भी कम पड़ेगा।
Another benefit of awareness creation and account opening was the increase in issuance of mudra loans. Taking advantage of the financial inclusion drive, the Baroda UP Grameen Bank also managed to issue 9 mudra loans. Considering that, there were only 2 in the pre-pilot phase.
हमारे लोगों के पास छोटा सा व्यापार है, उसके लिए यहाँ जब जानकारी मिली कि आप लोगों के लिए 50,000 रुपये की मुद्रा लोन की व्यवस्था है, आप हमारी बैंक से 50,000 का फाइनेंस करवा लीजिए और उससे आप अपने व्यवसाय को और बढ़ाइए। तो हमने 50,000 का फाइनेंस करवाया। अब सत्यता यह है कि 50,000 से तो हमारा लाखों में पहुँच गया 6 महीने के अंदर तक।
Hello, dear esteemed guests, everyone is requested to please be seated. Our guest of honor shall be arriving very shortly and be within our midst. I request everyone to kindly take their seats. The moment we have all been waiting for is coming. Thank you so much for your patience.
would not have percolated in the right sense. So what we decided was at that time is, can we think of some kind of insurance literacy that we could create during that time, which could in future help them to mitigate this risk of disaster in future.
एक बहुत गरीब परिवार था, उसके जो है मतलब बीमा करवाए, बीमा के 15 दिन बाद जो है वो एक्सपायर हो गया। उसका सर पूरा लाभ उसको मिला, जब जो गरीब परिवार था उसके लिए बहुत भाई, जो उनकी एक लड़की भी शादी की थी, उसी उसने अपना शादी भी तय कर दिया, शादी भी करने जा रहे हैं, उनको बहुत बड़ा सहयोग मिल गया।
216 villagers were enrolled in the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana in the pre-pilot phase. The latest position of enrollment stands at 1,489. Similarly, 63 people were enrolled in various pension schemes prior to the survey, but today the numbers have more than doubled to 146. The major achievement of the program is that financial awareness has spread far and wide in the SSA. The program has taken baby steps in creating comprehensive inclusiveness, but notably, the changes that have been brought about are here to stay.
Days are gone when you had to go kilometers to reach a branch. At least every day you can access technologically financial services.
भाई जानकारी हुई बैंक से लोन लिया, उसको खेती में लगाया, बीज लाए, खाद लाए, बोरिंग कराई, उनकी आमदनी बढ़ी, इसलिए ज़्यादा उधर प्रभावित हुए।
KCC, मुद्रा लोन और आदर्श काम की अटल पेंशन योजना, सुकन्या धन योजना, ये सारी चीज़ें हमारे गांव में इस तरीके व्याप्त है कि सब लोगों की जानकारी है।
Interventions under the CFI project have put Malacca and KY villages on a high growth trajectory. Seemingly small steps taken during action plan phase will soon become giant leaps, and the journey in this direction has begun.
Rural women play a key role in the economic development of the country by supporting enterprises in farm and off-farm sectors, and thereby help in achieving food and nutritional security and income enhancement livelihoods. Recognizing the collective strength of the women, NABARD pioneered SHG's movement in 1991-92, which at present is regarded as the largest microfinance and social engineering program in the world. The bank credited 3.11 lakh SHGs in Odisha during financial year 22-23 with rupees 6,836 crores. For transforming SHG's movement and providing sustainable livelihood to rural women and their economic empowerment, NABARD launched micro-entrepreneurship development models such as Micro Enterprise Development Program and Livelihood Enterprise Development Program to enrich knowledge of participants on enterprise management and business dynamics. In the process, beneficiaries with a willingness to start an enterprise are selected and training is provided for capacity building, skill enhancement, familiarization with toolkits, product and process diversification, and linking with markets. During the last 5 years, NABARD has trained above 27,000 members of SHGs through 387 MDPs and 162 LEDPs, covering over more than 30 activities, such as handloom, tailoring, terracotta, sabi craft, jute craft, tassel reeling, artificial flowers, soft toys and fancy items. Phenol and detergent making. In-farm and off-farm and backyard poultry. Organic vegetable cultivation and food processing including ginger, spice, badi papad, pickle, dal and jackfruit in the farm sector.
Hello.
The intervention has helped women earn incomes ranging from rupees 3,000 per month to rupees 8,000 per month, with more than 70% of the training.
I request everyone to kindly be seated. Our chief guest will be joining us shortly. அனைவரையும் அவர்கள் இருக்கைகளில் அமருமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். நமது சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்கள் நம்மிடையே இணைவார்கள். இன்று விருதுகள் பெறவிருக்கும் ஏஜென்சிஸ் ஸ்பேஸ் திண்டுக்கல், ஆருடெக்ஸ் தேனி, சேனல் பார்ட்னர்ஸ் SMDMRI தூத்துக்குடி, CMFRI தூத்துக்குடி, தொரப்பாடி பேக்ஸ் இவர்களை மேடைக்கு அருகில் அமருமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
हेलो நபார்டு மேடமும் ஒரு பெண் தான்.
ये एफपीओ संपूर्ण रूप से महिला से चला रहा है. इनका सीईओ भी महिला है, बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर भी महिला है, को मार्गदर्शन देने वाली नाबार्ड की अधिकारी भी महिला है.
वाह, it is very good to know that your FPO is owned and operated and completely by women. Can you share with me your experience regarding your journey?
உங்கள் எஃப்பிஓ முழுவதும் பெண்களால் செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. உங்கள் பயணத்தை பற்றி சொல்ல முடியுமான்னு கேட்குறேன்.
எங்களோட நிலங்கள் எல்லாமே வானம் பார்த்த பூமியே தான் இருக்குது. அதனால நம்ம பெண்கள்லாம் விவசாயம் செய்கிறோம், ஆண்கள்லாம் வேலைக்கு போகிறதுக்கு வசதியாக இருக்குது. அது இல்லாத எங்களோட விளைபொருட்கள் எல்லாமே எங்களோட கம்பெனியை கொள்முதல் பண்ணி அதை மார்க்கெட்டிங் பண்ணி இப்படி எல்லாமே சேல் பண்ணுறோம், மதிப்பு கூட்டி சேல் பண்ணுறோம். எங்களுக்காக வந்து நபார்டு, MSDA, TNRTP, NABKISAN, SFPSC, அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து தமிழ்நாடு கிராம வங்கி, இந்தியன் பேங்க், இவங்க எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட்டிவாக இருக்காங்க.
महोदय, ये हमारे क्षेत्र में कम वर्षा होती है, इसलिए हम महिला मिलकर खेती करने के निर्णय लिया ताकि पुरुष वर्गों अन्य रोजगार कर सके और हमारे किसान सदस्यों से उनके उत्पादन को प्रोक्योर करके प्रोसेस करके इनके अलावा अन्य जिले के किसानों से भी मिलेट खरीद के उसका प्रोसेस करके विपणन करते हैं. हम इसके लिए हमको नाबार्ड, TNRDB, MSDA, NABKISAN, एग्री डिपार्टमेंट हमारे बिजनेस को सपोर्ट करते हैं.
You've been producing and marketing sorghum. How do you market your produce? Did FPO make any difference in this?
நீங்கள் வந்து சொர்க்கம் வந்து மார்க்கெட் பண்ணுறீங்க, அதில் வந்து நீங்கள் வந்து இது எதாவது டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கான்னு அதில் பண்ணுறீங்க.
அதாவது சோளம் வந்து மானாவாரி நிலங்கிறதுனால அதிகமாக சோளம் பயிர் பண்ணுறோம். அது வந்து அந்த சோளத்தை வந்து எங்களோட உணவுக்காகவும் எங்களோட கால்நடைக்கு தீவனமாகவும் பயன்படுத்துகிறோம். அந்த சோளத்தில் வந்து நம்மளை சுகரை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணுற தன்மையும் மூட்டு வலியை குணப்படுத்துகிற தன்மையும் இருக்கிறதுனால நாங்கள் அதிகமாக சோளத்தை பயிர் பண்ணுறோம்.
महोदय, हमारे पहले भी बताया ये क्षेत्र में वर्षा कम होती है, इसलिए मिलेट के उपज होती है. ये सोरगम का दाना खाने के लिए है और उनके फॉडर जानवर के लिए उपलब्ध होती है. सोरगम हमारी पारंपरिक खानापन हिस्सा रहा है. इसमें काफ़ी फाइबर और मिनरल पाए जाते हैं जिससे डायबिटिक जैसा बीमारियों से बचने में मदद मिलती है.
आप सभी का काम इस बात का प्रमाण है कि नारी शक्ति क्या नहीं कर सकती है. नारी शक्ति अगर सामूहिक हो तो इसका अगर और भी व्यापक हो जाता है. और सोरगम, चारा और ज्वार की सफल खेती कर रही है. हमारी सरकार पिछले कुछ वर्षों से देश के परंपरागत फसलों और मोटे अनाज पर अपना ध्यान केंद्रित कर रही है. मिलेट डेवलपमेंट मिशन भी इसी सोच से चलाया जा रहा है. मैं आपके उदाहरण, आपके माध्यम से देश भर के किसानों को इस मिशन में भागीदारी करने के लिए और उसको फायदा उठाने के लिए मैं अपील करता हूं. और मैं सभी आपकी महिला किसानों को मेरी तरफ से फिर से एक बार अभिनंदन करता हूं. थैंक यू.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के उद्बोधन में महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए जो बात रखी, 10 करोड़ महिलाओं को सीधा लाभ मिल रहा है और वो लखपति दीदी बन रही है. ये हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है. जब मैंने काम की शुरुआत की थी तब भी एक SSG के जरिए ही की थी और आज सीधी जो गांव की महिलाएं हैं वो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के जरिए जुड़ रही है और साथ में जो समूह को, प्रत्येक समूह को 10 से 20 लाख रुपए देने की घोषणा की है. ये भी निश्चित रूप से ही मेरी बहनों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण योजना है. इसके जरिए वो आगे बढ़ पाएगी, आत्मनिर्भर बन पाएगी.
अभी झारखंड से मुझे एक समाचार मिला. स्वच्छ भारत अभियान के अंतर्गत झारखंड में लगभग 15 लाख महिलाओं ने, यह आंकड़ा छोटा नहीं है, 15 लाख महिलाओं ने संगठित होकर 1 माह का स्वच्छता अभियान चलाया. 26 जनवरी 2018 से प्रारंभ हुए इस अभियान के अंतर्गत मात्र 20 दिन में इन महिलाओं ने 1,70,000 शौचालयों का निर्माण कर एक नई मिसाल कायम की है। इसमें करीब 1 लाख सखी मंडल सम्मिलित है, 14 लाख महिलाएं, 2,000 महिला पंचायत प्रतिनिधि, 29,000 जलसहिया, 10,000 महिला स्वच्छाग्रही तथा 50,000 महिला राजमिस्त्री। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि कितनी बड़ी घटना है। झारखंड की इन महिलाओं ने दिखाया है कि नारी शक्ति स्वच्छ भारत अभियान की एक ऐसी शक्ति है जो समाज जीवन में स्वच्छता के अभियान को, स्वच्छता के संस्कार को प्रभावी ढंग से जन सामान्य के स्वभाव में परिवर्तित करके रहेगी।
Make sure your fingerprints don't fade from the lives you touch. Success isn't so much about the power you feel as it is about the difference you make in people's lives. It was the DDM of Kota district in Rajasthan who identified the potential of women power through NABARD self-help group bank linkage program. Here's how it all started. For the meager monthly saving of rupees 100 by each woman belonging to Apna SHG way back in 2014, the 12-member SHG formed a capital base of rupees 3,44,000 in just 3 years. After a 3-day training program in making lakh bangles, these women mustered up the confidence to raise an additional rupees 1,000 each to start the business. Such is the we can spirit of these women with their business turnover that touched a whopping rupees 85,000. Impressed by the enterprising spirit of these women, Chechat branch of Central Bank of India came forward and offered credit linkage of rupees 50,000 to the group.
The members of Apna SHG are regular in their meetings and their savings have been regular. Looking to the enterprising skill of the women, I decided to finance an amount of rupees 50,000 for their bangle business.
The success of one SHG has seen 50 SHGs being formed, each with a membership of 10 to 15 members. ICICI Bank also started financing SHGs as per their needs. Encouraged by the success of Apna SHG in 2016, with some 14 SHG groups, a Mahila Sahkari Credit Society was promoted. This credit society was lending portfolio pegged at rupees 7,58,000, and the net profit by the credit society during 2017 to 18 was nearly rupees 75,000. This area was the most backward part of Kota district, where farmers were engaged in producing various crops and medicinal plants. These farmers needed to procure seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, besides selling the produce. Therefore, in 2016, with around 300 women of 27 SHGs, a farmers producer organization was formed in the name of Sharanagati Kisan Agro Producer Company Limited. This organization came into existence with NABARD's dedicated fund for produce. The CEO of the FPO, Durgesh Kushwaha, says, the company has 772 shareholders with paid-up capital of 6 lakh rupees, which includes the Mahila Sarkari Credit Society and members of different SHGs promoted by the DDM. The annual turnover of the company for 2017-18 was rupees 4,06,000, while in the year 2018-19 it touched rupees 22 lakhs. The company envisages to have its own processing units for grains and pulses. Women have the ability to change the stories of their lives. The women SHGs have demonstrated their willingness to ignore the limitations and live with hope and faith. India's success is the success of the DDM and NABARD. Success is not how high you climb, but how you make a positive difference to the world around you.
मेरे देश के लाखों किसानों का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने प्राकृतिक खेती का रास्ता चुना है और हमारी धरती माता की सेवा करने का भी उन्होंने बीड़ा उठाया है। और इस बार बजट में भी हमने प्राकृतिक खेती को बल देने के लिए बहुत बड़ी योजनाओं के साथ बहुत बड़ा बजट में प्रावधान किया है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, आज दुनिया की स्थिति में देखता हूं, पूरा विश्व होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर की तरफ मुड़ रहा है और तब उनको ऑर्गेनिक फूड ये उनकी प्रथम पसंद बनी है। आज विश्व के लिए ऑर्गेनिक फूड का अगर कोई फूड बास्केट बन सकता है तो मेरे देश का किसान बना सकता है, मेरा देश बन सकता है। और इसलिए हम आने वाले दिनों में उस सपने को लेकर के आगे चलना चाहते हैं ताकि ऑर्गेनिक फूड की जो विश्व की मांग है, उस ऑर्गेनिक फूड का बास्केट हमारा देश कैसे बने, किसानों का जीवन आसान बने, गांव में टॉप क्लास इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी मिले, किसानों को स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं मिले, किसान के बच्चों को पढ़ने के लिए स्मार्ट स्कूल अवेलेबल हो, किसान के बच्चों को रोजगार उपलब्ध हो। छोटी छोटे खेती के टुकड़ों पर पूरा परिवार आज जीना बड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है, तब उनके नौजवानों के लिए वो स्किल मिले ताकि उनके नए रोजगार मिले, नए आय के साधन बने। इसका एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्रयास हम कर रहे हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of announcing that chief guest of the evening, our guest of honor, DFS Secretary, is going to be with us in a very short while. Please be seated. The anticipation is almost over.
We are supporting various artisans in every state. There are more than, I would say that about more than 2,000 this kind of a small SHG groups or the LG groups or the artisan groups are working at different places. support everything, right from the technology, from the training, from the services and the marketing. So we participate in almost every state, all the states marketing melas. We are participating, we are sponsoring.
हमारा मुख्य उद्देश्य है इस एग्जीबिशन में हिस्सा लेने का कि हमारे जो नाबार्ड द्वारा जिनको सहायता प्रदान की गई है, वो जो SHGs है, ऑफ फार्म प्रोड्यूसर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है, सोसाइटीज़ है, उनको एक मंच उपलब्ध करा देना। वो जो अपनी कड़ी मेहनत से अपने माल की अपना जो माल बनाते हैं, अपने उत्पाद जो बनाते हैं, उन उत्पादों को एक मंच उपलब्ध कराना। और मुझे ये कहते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि जो भी माल वो अपने साथ में लाते हैं, वो पूरा उसकी बिक्री करके वो यहाँ से वापस आते हैं।
Also supporting the artisans by way of giving them access to market intelligence, then POS machines, then connecting them to the latest strategy of online portals. We also have a session with Amazon, and we have arranged for branding, packaging, and other kind of interventions through training for 3 days.
नाबार्ड का हमारे साथ बहुत सहयोग है, उनकी तो बहुत मेहरबानी हम लोगों के ऊपर जो हमको गांव से ला करके यहाँ मुंबई जैसे शहर में बिठाया है, और यह हमारा दूसरा मौका है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कहेंगे नाबार्ड विभाग को।
नाबार्ड की तरफ से यहाँ पर अमेजोन की तरफ से एक ट्रेनिंग दिलवाई गई, इसमें हमें कैसे कि अपना प्रोडक्ट कैसे लॉन्च करना है, वहाँ पर कैसे सेलिंग करनी है, वो चीज़ें सिखाई गई। और यहाँ पर भी हमें सिखाया गया कैसे आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को सेल कर सकते हैं, कैसे उसकी रेटिंग कर सकते हैं, ये चीज़ों के बारे में बताया गया। GST के बारे में बताया गया। ये इस चीज़ों के लिए पहले जिन चीज़ों की हमें जानकारी नहीं थी, उन चीज़ों के बारे में हमें जानकारी मिली है।
नाबार्ड की तरफ से यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छी फैसिलिटी मिल रही है, हर एक चीज़ का, रहने का, खाने का, सबका अच्छा, हमारा एक्टिविटेशन का सब अच्छा मिलता है, और सेल भी बहुत अच्छा है। और यहाँ के कंज्यूमर जो कस्टमर है वो भी अच्छा परचेज करें कश्मीर आइटम।
यहाँ के ऑफिसर्स ने हमें सिखाया कि काम किस तरीके से करते हैं, डीलिंग कैसे करते हैं, अपने रेट किस तरीके से रखना है, क्वालिटी किस तरीके से रखनी है, ये सब हमने यहाँ पर सीखा।
सबसे खुशी की बात है कि लास्ट टाइम जो नाबार्ड हम लोग को सूरज कुंज पे भेजा था, वही एग्जीबिशन की वजह से हम लोग को ये एक मौका मिला है कि इंटरनेशनल कंपनी जो मैंगो है वो लोग को हम लोग सामान बेच सक रहा है। लाइक बल्क ऑर्डर है 70 लाख के।
बहुत ही बेहतरीन स्टॉल्स है, सारे देश से काफ़ी स्टेट्स से यहाँ पे लोग आते हैं, और उनकी जो कल्चरल जो उनका आर्ट है वो उन्होंने यहाँ पेश किया है। एंड इट्स अ रियल ब्यूटी, एंड इट्स लाइक द होल ऑफ इंडिया हैज़ कम डाउन टू बॉम्बे, and I'm getting so much variety here. There are so many stalls with so many new things. So it's a wonderful treat to come here and to enjoy this kind of shopping. And सुना है यहाँ नाबार्ड ने सारे इन लोगों को यहाँ पे लाया हुआ है, which is a great initiative, because to do something like that is really important in our country, because these people from rural areas, from the backward areas, who probably wouldn't get these opportunities any other day, are getting these because of NABARD. So that's kudos to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst now our esteemed guest of honor, Shri M. Nagaraju sir, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. And he's being welcomed by our chairman, Shri Shaji KV sir. Firstly, they are going to take a small tour of the exhibition setup next door, and then they are going to grace this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the chief guest of this evening, Shri M. Nagaraju sir, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Good evening, sir. A huge round of applause for all the eminent guests that are present here. Along with Nagaraju sir, we have our own visionary chairman, Shri Shaji KV sir, and the dynamic duo of our deputy managing directors, Shri Govardhan Singh Rawat sir and Dr. Ajay K. Sood sir. I, Smriti Suman Jha, am truly honored to address this august house, celebrating this glorious occasion. Dear esteemed guests, to mark the auspicious commencement of our farewell formal celebrations, may I request everyone to kindly rise for the Tamar Thai Varte, the state anthem of Tamil Nadu, which pays tribute to the mother tongue and the rich, fertile soil of this vibrant land.
இவ்விழாவினை தமிழ்த்தாய் வாழ்த்துடன் இனிதே தொடங்குவோம். அனைவரையும் எழுந்து நின்று உடன் பாடுமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி. அறியாமை என்னும் இருள் விலகி அறிவு ஒளி வீசும் வண்ணம் விழாவின் இனிய தொடக்கமாக குத்துவிளக்கு ஏற்ற வருமாறு நமது சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களை வரவேற்கிறேன்.
We shall now proceed, ladies and gentlemen, with the lighting of the traditional kuttuvilakku, a symbol of wisdom, purity, new beginnings. Esteemed guests, please. Here we bestow the grace of Goddess Saraswati. May the light of knowledge dispel ignorance and guide our rural prosperity. With all the learned people present here, I wonder, what does Saraswati Goddess think? It is now time to experience the very heartbeat of rural India, captured not just in words, but in motion. We invite you to turn your attention towards the screen as we present a special film titled NABARD, The Voice of Grameen Bharat. In the next few minutes, prepare to be immersed, not just in another reality, but in an augmented reality, where stories of resilience, innovation, and transformation come alive. This powerful visual narrative highlights NABARD's wide-ranging interventions made possible through the steadfast support of the Government of India, from watershed development and the SHG bank linkage movement to climate-smart agriculture and rural infrastructure. These are not just programs, they are voices amplified, dreams realized, and futures shaped across the villages of India. Please sit back and enjoy the film.
Namaskar and a warm welcome to everyone. It's a proud moment as we celebrate 44 glorious years of NABARD, a journey dedicated to empowering rural India, supporting farmers and nurturing sustainable development. We are deeply honored to have all of you with us. Thank you, sirs, for your presence and continued support. From building rural infrastructure to encouraging innovation in farming, NABARD has always stood by the people of India's heartland. As we look to the future, let's continue growing together, stronger, greener, and more inclusive. Happy Foundation Day. Jai Hind, Jai Kisan.
In the stillness of rural India, where every grain whispered a story, a quiet revolution stirred beneath the soil. The land was tired, its people forgotten. Farmers toiled in silence, Women waited in the shadows. Artisans carved beauty from hardship. Credit was a dream. Prosperity, a hope yet to be fulfilled. But then came a turning point. July 12th, 1982. A quiet promise emerged from Parliament. The National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, was born. Not with noise, but with purpose. Calm, steadfast, and rooted in the soil. Government of India has placed its trust in NABARD and guided its activities. Under the shade of ancient banyan trees, women gathered, not just to save, but to rise. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and from Dwaraka to Dimapur, a quiet force was awakened. 1.5 crore self-help groups, 3 crore joint liability groups, bound by trust, fueled by credit, and empowered by NABARD's steady hand. True empowerment needs a path, and NABARD helped build it. 6 lakh kilometers of roads, 14 lakh meters of bridges, 422 lakh hectares irrigated, and 3,100 crore person days of employment created. 5.5 lakh crore breathed life into rural infrastructure under the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. And at its core was cooperation. The story of this resilience was also scripted by NABARD through refinance support of over 3 trillion rupees, a lifeline to millions of dreams, planned and monitored via 729 district-level potential linked plans, ensuring every rupee reached where it mattered. Today, prosperity flows through fields lit by solar pumps. Watersheds heal the drylands, and Wadi projects bring hope to tribal families. NABARD drives change, with climate finance, digital leaps, and a focus on the Northeast. From agri-value chains to mobile banking, the future grows here. Since 1982, NABARD has moved with quiet purpose through rural India. 7 lakh crore in credit to JLGs, 12 crore women empowered, 10 lakh lives skilled through 36,000 plus programs. Over 8 lakh infrastructure projects built, support for 470 indigenous products, 140 with GI tags, and more than 1 million tons of carbon drawn back into the earth. NABARD stands as a bridge with 550 district development managers across 770 plus districts, rooted in the grassroots, reaching policy corridors. With 7 strategic subsidiaries, it implements key central government schemes. And today, NABARD is going to extend its arm up to Ladakh. New dreams take flight. NABARD powers rural MSMEs, fuels startups, and nurtures innovation. From incubators to digital commerce, 20 lakh farmers and artisans rise through 7,500 producer groups. With vigilant support to rural banks, NABARD holds the promise of tomorrow, in every village, in every hand. A glimpse of which has been seen in the Gramin Bharat Mahotsav 2025.
साथियों, यहाँ नाबार्ड का वरिष्ठ मैनेजमेंट है। आपने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से लेकर किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड जैसे कितने ही अभियानों की सफलता में अहम रोल निभाया है। आगे भी देश के संकल्पों को पूरा करने में आपकी अहम भूमिका होगी।
वुमेन्स एम्पावरमेंट के लिए आपने बहुत सारे काम कर रहे हैं ड्रोन दीदी हो, लखपति दीदी हो, एसएचजीज के द्वारा महिला का सशक्तिकरण का कार्यक्रम हो, ऐसे एफपीओस में आज महिला हो, फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में, और कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज के द्वारा भी बहुत सारे महिला सशक्तिकरण के काम है, और उसमें आपका बहुत बजट के द्वारा भी प्रावधान किया गया है.
We have learnt a lot. I'm hopeful that NABARD also learnt a lot on how difficult it is for these small enterprises or SHG groups to market their products and to inform about their products, about their uniqueness of the products. It's very, very difficult. Everybody is competing for the same market. Then we need different level of commitment and approach to ensure that the products produced or manufactured by the rural artisans and the groups find a niche market.
क्योंकि हमारा जो जीडीपी है वो कम से कम 10 गुना से ज़्यादा बढ़ाना है, उससे पर कैपिटा इनकम भी 10 गुना से ज़्यादा बढ़ाना है. So that is very enormous task. But then हम एक होके चलेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे, गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े. That is what our motto is, and that is what the motto of this Mahotsav also. We'll work towards that, and we'll take each and every section of the society with us in this journey for our country to become Viksit Bharat.
1982 to 1991, energizing rural credit. 1992 to 2001, empowering women and strengthening rural infrastructure. 2002 to 2011, reaching the unreached. 2012 to 2021, building an aspiring India. 2022 to 2025, unlocking development potential of digital transformation. From villages to vision, from policy to the grassroots, NABARD transforms with NABARD All India Rural Financial Inclusion Survey, NAFIS 2.0. It drives data-led change, echoing the Prime Minister's dream. By 2047, every village smart, green, self-reliant. With guidance of the Department of Financial Services, Government of India, NABARD grows to become the voice of Grameen Bharat. NABARD doesn't just lead, it walks with Grameen Bharat every step of the way, taking rural India forward towards Viksit Bharat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I expected a better response. Please put your hands together again for NABARD, the voice of Grameen Bharat. Chief guest, sir, while we were lighting the lamp, and I was telling that Goddess Saraswati is invoked while we light the lamp. And there's a saying that if you are the smartest person in the room, then you are in the wrong room. With legendary people like you in this room, I do not think that there is going to be a better room ever. So this is the most right room to be for anyone at this point of time. As the dais is being set up, so let me just put a few words about NABARD again. 44th Foundation Day, 6 years short of the 50-year mark. We are here. And we will be. We promise to uphold whatever has been done in the past. And with a visionary chairman like Shaji sir here with us, we hope to bypass many, many more milestones. I have the honor of announcing that we have with us our special guest of the evening, Shri N. Muruganandam sir. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Muruganandam sir, very, very welcome to this Foundation Day. Sir is Chief Secretary to the government of Tamil Nadu. And we have read a lot of good things about you, which I'm going to tell across the length of this evening, sir. As we celebrate this Foundation Day, let me give you a glimpse of what has already happened when you were not here. So as you would have walked through that small exhibition area that we had 16 stalls that showed products across 3 thematic zones that were GI products, we had FPO products, and then we had startup products. As you might be knowing that NABARD supports all these kind of organizations into reaching higher economic stratas. We also had a very enlightening panel discussion with very eminent panel members where we discussed about fostering rural enterprises for inclusive growth. And I have to give it up to the audience for putting such tough questions to the panel member that they were also stumped. We summed up the panel discussion with our very adept moderator summed up the panel discussion with one big takeaway and one big suggestion. So at the end of that panel discussion, all of us ended up with 5 big takeaways and 5 big suggestions for NABARD to follow. So now, moving on. It is my privilege to invite our esteemed dignitaries to the dais. May I request each of you to kindly come forward and grace the stage, lending your presence to set the tone for this special evening. First, I invite Shri M. Nagaraju sir, IAS, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Government of India, a reform-minded leader whose illustrious career spans over 3 decades across state, national, and global finance. He has most recently steered India's banking, insurance, and fintech ecosystems with vision and integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, M. Nagaraju sir. So please. Next, I call upon Shri N. Muruganandam sir, as I just said, Chief Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu. Muruganandam sir is respected for balancing grassroots governance with high-tech industrial growth and welfare initiatives across the state. Now, our dynamic Deputy Managing Director, Shri Govardhan Singh Rawat sir, a veteran development banker with his expertise in project appraisal, infrastructure financing, and capacity building across India's rural heartland. And finally, we have Dr. Ajay Kumar Sood sir, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, an agricultural economist spearheading transformative work in digital cooperatives, natural farming, and inclusive rural infrastructure. Okay. We also like to welcome MD and CEO, Indian Overseas Bank, Shri Ajay Kumar Srivastava sir, to please grace the dais. He's a dynamic leader shaping the future of inclusive and innovative banking. Next, Sir Shri Binod Kumar sir, MD and CEO, Indian Bank, will also be gracing the dais. A dedicated leader committed to driving growth and customer trust in Indian Bank. Both these public sector banks have come up with a lot of new customer-friendly initiatives in the recent few months. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I now announced all our esteemed guests, and they are seated there. Please, a big round of applause so that we can start the formal proceedings. As a token of our gratitude, I invite Chairman Sir to present us a plant, a shawl, and a memento to Shri M. Nagaraju sir. We will discuss the 3 things that are being presented here. The pot being presented is a peace lily. A peace lily, as you all know, is kept in homes to foster peace and calmness inside your homes. So with this, we hope that peace and calm prevails. So the shawl that you have just received is not an ordinary shawl. It's a Venampatta Angavastram, which I am pretty sure that Rajendra Chola, Tala, would have been honored to receive. The memento that sir is receiving is Rogan art from Gujarat. You will be very surprised to know that it is only practiced in one family in the Kutch region of Gujarat. So these are the 3 special mementos. Sir, Chairman sir, I would like to invite you again to present the same tokens of gratitude to M. Muruganandam sir, a peace lily plant, a Venampatta Angavastram, and a very famed piece of Rogan art painting. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, please. I will now invite Govardhan Singh Rawat sir to please give the memento token of our gratitude to Ajay Kumar Srivastav sir, the peace lily plant again, the Venam Pattanga Vastram, and a piece of Rajasthani miniature art. These are Mughal era art, painstakingly preserved over 3 generations and now GI tagged with the help of NABARD. Now I would invite Dr. Ajay Kumar Sood sir to please give our tokens of gratitude to Shri Binod Kumar, MD and CEO, Indian Bank. The Venampatta Angavastram, the Peace Lily plant, and Rajasthani miniature art. Venampatta incidentally just means white silk. Thank you, sirs, for gracing this momentous occasion. I will now invite Shri Govardhan Singh Rawat sir, Deputy Managing Director of NABARD, to deliver the welcome address and set the context for the evening. Sir, please. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, again.
Thank you. Good evening, Vanakkam, and a very happy Foundation Day to NABARD Parivar and all the well-wishers of NABARD. On this occasion, it's my privilege and honor to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Shri M. Nagaraju ji, Secretary DFS, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking time out for us from your busy schedule, and your guidance, your words of encouragement always motivates us to do better and better in all our endeavors. I also take this opportunity to welcome Shri N. Muruganandam ji, Chief Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing this occasion and taking your time out. In fact, Government of Tamil Nadu has always been one of the front runners when it comes to utilization of various funds, not only utilization, but also implementation in the true speed at the ground level. Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing this occasion. I also take this opportunity to welcome our chairman, sir, MD and CEO, Indian Overseas Bank, MD and CEO, Indian Bank, Dr. Sood, my colleague, Regional Director, Reserve Bank of India, senior officers from Government of Tamil Nadu, senior bankers from all the public sector banks, State Bank of India, SFBs, NBFCs, MDs of state cooperative banks and DCCBs, RRBs, representatives from the agri universities, our knowledge partners, our development partners, and most importantly, all the members of our SHGs and FPOs, those who are working at the ground level, and my colleagues from NABARD. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you on this Foundation Day. As we look back in our journey of 44 years in NABARD, so from a very modest beginning of about 4,500 crore balance sheet size in 1982, we are now touching almost 10 lakh crore. Although much more than these numbers are the impact that we have been able to create through our various initiatives on financial inclusion, on livelihood models, on facilitating infrastructure creation, a glimpse of which you just saw through the video. And all this was possible through the guidance of Department of Financial Services, the financial support that we received from Government of India, our guidance from Reserve Bank of India, support from the state governments, our developmental partners, our financial institutions, and also, most importantly, all our rural population, those who implemented our initiatives at the ground level, made it successful, and motivated others to opt for it. So thank you very much to all of you for being here with us and being a part of our celebration on this occasion. Going ahead, I think for our country, there is one goal, one big goal for all of us, that is getting the status of Viksit Bharat, a developed nation by 2047. I think all of us are working towards that, and if there's a concerted effort from all the organizations that are working in our country, I think we'll achieve that much before 2047. And NABARD, as NABARD, we are committed to contribute in a significant way in achieving that goal for our nation. So I'll not take much time. Once again, thank you all for gracing this occasion. Welcome to all of you, and a very happy NABARD Foundation Day to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm words of welcome. It is my privilege to now invite Shri Shaji KV, Chairman NABARD, to share his vision for rural transformation and to inspire us with the roadmap ahead. Sir.
Good evening to all of you. Most respected Secretary TFS Nagaraju ji, Chief Secretary of the State Muruganandam ji, MD CEOs of Indian Bank, IOB, my colleagues in the board of NABARD, Deputy Managing Directors, my colleagues over there, partners, officials from RBI, banks, and ladies and gentlemen. I'll not take much time. 44th anniversary. First of all, I'll extend 44th anniversary wishes to all the partners of NABARD and also NABARDians. 44 is a special, those who believe in numerology, 44 is a special number. It's a master number. Any number repeated is a master number. And master numbers have got specific characters. 4 is considered to be divine. And 44 and repetition of 4 is meant to be stability, it denotes stability, hard work, and also stability in terms of augmenting further growth, resilience. So 44 will be a landmark for NABARD as we prepare to enter into 45th anniversary. Right now it's at 8:30. In another 3.5 to 4 hours, we'll be now entering into 12th of July, which is exactly our foundation day, the day when the act was passed in the parliament. I think we have come so long. Rural sector has transformed through hard work, dedication, as the number indicates. Now we have consolidated at this level for a faster growth. NABARD is in for a faster growth as the ecosystem evolves with newer technologies coming, newer processes coming, and with the guidance from the Government of India. You are all knowing that Government of India is having a very ambitious vision of fast-tracking growth. In fact, the 4 trillion economy which we have need to be multi-fold increased in the next, say, 20 years. This is an onerous task before us, and our task as NABARD is to take all sections of the society in this journey, because none of the people should be left ahead. Actually, what happens is that the growth will automatically happen because India's size is huge, demand is there, but then ensuring equity in growth is very important for the government, and government has directed, in fact, taking rural population along with this growth, that is the most important task, and that is where NABARD fits into the things. In fact, we are now prepared in terms of our internal processes, systems, and procedures. We are in the cusp of transformation, and I am sure with the guidance from the Department of Financial Services and also with the partnerships from the state governments and also other stakeholders over here, we will be taking forward the mission of the government. We have reached a certain stage where collectivization of different sections of societies have been now consolidated. You all know about SHG groups where we collectivize the rural women. Cooperatives were already there in terms of farmer collectives. Now a newer way of moving forward, like farmer producer organizations are there. So now in the process of further transformation, we are in the process of digitizing all these activities. See, physically we were doing all these things. Now SHG digitization has reached a certain stage. From SHGs, micro enterprises are coming, because beyond a point of SHGs where consumption-led growth is there, beyond a point, if you want to sustain that level of debt, we need to produce additional income. For that, micro enterprises or MSME units should come out from these SHG women. Farmers need to be transformed as entrepreneurs. Already the last budget, there is an announcement that agriculture will be transformed into agribusiness. Now that we have got food security, we need to be the food security provider for the whole world. And India potentially has that ability because of the varied agroclimatic conditions in the country. So that we need to only harness those potential. And in that process, I think NABARD has to play a larger role, and that is where today's discussions on my MSMEs, rural MSMEs will fit into things. NABARD is also prepared in terms of transforming into such activities, including setting up of an MSME department within NABARD, and also we have a climate action department within NABARD. Digital transformation department is there now with NABARD. And then with all these subsidiaries, the venture capital subsidiary, the foundation subsidiary, the consulting subsidiary, financing subsidiary. So we are now is offering an ecosystem of a bouquet of services. Now shortly we will be launching a rural back office for cooperatives primarily. In terms, we have already christened that as Sahakar Sarathi Private Limited. At the behest of Government of India, we are now facilitating setting up that. So all these things now, which will augur well for us to propel the country to the next orbit of growth. On this journey, I seek support from all our stakeholders and guidance from Department of Financial Services particularly. I wish all the best. I will not take much of your time. It is already a long day for our chief guest, having attended varied programs, and a lot of other activities are lined up in today's function. Wish you all the best and have a nice evening. Thank you.
As rural India proposes, NABARD disposes with the ever-extended helping hand from DFS, Government of India, and its various ministries. Thank you, Chairman, sir, for your ever-inspiring words. Each year, NABARD unveils a set of new initiatives, distinct from the last, but all aligned with our singular goal to deepen rural prosperity and strengthen the institutions that drive it. Our first inauguration today takes us to the Himalayan frontiers of India, to Leh, the headquarters of the Union Territory of Ladakh. At over 11,500 feet above sea level, Leh symbolizes India's frontier aspirations. With the Government of India laying all-weather roads, rolling out fiber optic connectivity and commissioning solar energy plants, Ladakh is undergoing a quiet transformation. Today, we deepen this commitment by inaugurating NABARD's northernmost sub-office in Leh, extending our presence to even the remotest valleys of Leh and Kargil, bringing credit, capacity building, and development finance closer to the people.
Towards boosting rural development and financial inclusion in the region, NABARD is opening a District Development Manager (DDM) office in Ladakh. NABARD has been supporting Ladakh through projects in the Pashmina value chain, rural infrastructure, and water resource management, along with providing refinance and liquidity support to farmers. This new DDM office will reinforce NABARD's commitment to deepen its engagement with Ladakh and address the region's specific agricultural and rural development needs.
It is now my honor to invite our chief guest, Shri M. Nagaraju sir, to kindly unveil the office plaque remotely. A big round of applause for reaching this frontier, ladies and gentlemen. So we have the Leh office connected with us. Leh office, kindly introduce yourself. Leh office, your mic is off.
Namaskar sir, I am Vikas Mittal, OIC Deputy. Partners here, state government officials, NGO partners with whom we are working, UTLBC, bankers, all partners are there. Our existing DDM, Mr. Dorjeji, our DGM, Manoharlal and Ratanlal.
So congratulations to all of you for having a new office in Ladakh, and we expect the opening up with the opening of the office in Ladakh, the activities of NABARD would increase, and they will be able to do best what they have been doing in other parts of the country. I hope with Mr. Dorji, being a veteran of NABARD, you will do your best in ensuring that all these services are offered to the people.
So all the best. So anything? All the best to you from NABARD side and all who are assembled here.
Thank you so much. That was the lay office, ladies and gentlemen. Our next launch brings us from the Himalayas to the palm of your hand. With over 5,000 million users, WhatsApp is India's digital main street, where agripreneurs, Gen Z, and conscious consumers connect. By launching our official WhatsApp channel, NABARD endeavors to transform every smartphone into a virtual mandi, where you can discover GI-tagged heritage products, explore FPO brands, get real-time market advisories, and even resolve queries, all at the speed of a ping.
In an exciting move to connect directly with rural communities, NABARD is launching its official WhatsApp channel. This is the launchpad for NABARD-supported GI products and the staples from FPO's catalogs. The NABARD WhatsApp channel, it's designed to empower communities, fostering informed decisions and driving prosperity.
I request our chief guest, sir, to kindly click the button and launch the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, the official WhatsApp channel of NABARD is being launched today. This is not just social media, it's rural development infrastructure reimagined for the digital age. Now we move on. While WhatsApp connects our youth, radio remains the trusted sunrise companion for millions across India, particularly senior farmers, homemakers, and rural entrepreneurs. Sir, our new radio jingle on financial inclusion is designed to ride the airwaves of All India Radio and community radio networks, harmonizing messages around savings, credit, and insurance across generations and geographies. Chief guest, sir, you are again requested to click the button and launch the radio jingle. So please.
हर गांव को है उन्नति की आस और चाहिए कोई ऐसा जो दे उन्हें तरक्की का विश्वास और यह भूमिका निभा रहा है नाबार्ड, जो भारत सरकार के मार्गदर्शन में भरपूर वित्तीय सहायता, प्रशिक्षण और डिजिटल उपकरणों से बना रहा है गांवों को आत्मनिर्भर, जिससे रोजगार, नवाचार और सामाजिक परिवर्तन को मिल रहा है बढ़ावा। इस समर्पण और सेवा की निरंतर यात्रा में हम मना रहे हैं नाबार्ड का 44वां स्थापना दिवस। नाबार्ड, द वॉइस ऑफ ग्रामीण भारत।
A callback to memory for all the senior people present here. This is our melody for money empowerment, reaching ears and hearts alike. Our next initiative targets those who need support the most, the rural ultra-poor, especially women-headed households. GRIP, or the Graduated Rural Income Generation Program, is NABARD's new pilot to help these households transition from extreme poverty to sustainable livelihoods. Over the next 30 months, 2,500 women across 5 states will receive a productive asset through a returnable grant, repayable up to 50%. Along with this, they'll receive intensive handholding. Each repayment builds a digital GRIP score, creating a verifiable banking history, a bridge into the formal banking system. This is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas in action. Chief guest, sir, please click the button and launch this innovative pilot. Project for the rural ultra-poor, ladies and gentlemen. It's our ladder for the poor to lift them from extreme poverty to sustainable livelihood.
The Graduated Rural Income Generation Program by NABARD. A bold step towards empowering India's rural ultra-poor women, especially those identified as deprived women-headed households under the Socio-Economic Caste Census 2011. With two powerful innovations, a returnable grant structure and a performance-based rating scale, both enabled through an integrated GRIP software platform. This digital-first platform lies at the heart of GRIP. It captures and processes near real-time data from the field, from beneficiary onboarding, asset distribution, and income streams to saving habits and repayment history. Based on multiple financial parameters, the system generates a dynamic rating score for each beneficiary, effectively creating a financial profile in the absence of a formal credit history. The returnable grant model ensures beneficiaries have a stake in their growth. Up to 50% of the asset cost is returned over time, fostering accountability and financial discipline. With the grip management system, we are not just tracking progress, we are building credit-ready women nano-entrepreneurs from the ground up. Launching the grip management system for Go Live, enabling ultra-poor women to graduate from poverty to prosperity and from informal survival to formal finance, with dignity, data and a future they can bank on.
Thank you so much. Always good to see a smiling face. From geographical frontiers in Leh to the innovation frontier, we now unveil the Rural Tech Collab portal of NABARD. So this is an open digital platform where startups, research institutions, and innovators can co-create, test, and scale technologies for soil, water, livestock, and market access, whether it's AI for crop health, IoT in irrigation, or satellite data for precision farming. This portal crowdsources solutions for and from Bharat. I request Chief Guest Sir to do the honors by clicking the button to unveil this innovation hub. Ladies and gentlemen, please. This is innovation with impact and a step towards...
Innovation has the power to transform lives, but only when it reaches those who need it most. At NABARD, we are turning that belief into action by taking bold digital ideas straight to the heart of rural India. Introducing the Rural Tech Collab, a pioneering platform by NABARD designed to innovate for rural India. Bringing together fintechs, agritechs, and digital capability partners to foster innovation and co-create smart, scalable, and inclusive solutions tailored for agriculture, rural development, rural financial services, and NABARD's own digital transformation. Through a structured and transparent empanelment and onboarding process, Rural Tech Collab opens the door for innovative entities to partner with NABARD. From AI and machine learning to blockchain, IoT, and satellite tech, Rural Tech Collab enables innovators to harness cutting-edge technologies to solve grassroots challenges. A key enabler within the ecosystem is access to NABARD's unmatched grassroots network to work closely with SHGs, FPOs, NGOs, cooperative banks, and rural institutions, ensuring new technologies don't just stay in labs but reach the last mile. We are not just building tech, we are building the future of Bharat through innovation. Join the movement. Partner with NABARD. Let's innovate for rural India.
A step towards technological self-reliance in rural India. Our final launch for the evening, ladies and gentlemen, is a step towards citizen-centric banking. Driven by Government of India's call for customer-centric banking, Nivaran is a 24/7 digital window for rural cooperative banks. Customers can lodge complaints, track progress, and unresolved cases auto-escalate for swift actions. Launching this in the year of International Year of Cooperatives, when India's 8.6 lakh crore cooperatives serve 29 crore members, reaffirms NABARD's resolve to make the sector more transparent, tech-enabled, and accountable at the last mile. Sir, please kindly launch the portal. Thank you, sir.
Customer satisfaction is central to banking operations. Redressal of their complaints or grievances in a timely manner, among others, help the banks to retain existing customers and also bring new customers. It is imperative to put in place a sound and effective customer grievances redressal mechanism. Rural cooperative banks need support in establishing such mechanisms to serve their customers and for regulatory compliance. It is against the above background, a white-labeled online grievance redressal portal by name NABARD to streamline complaint management system for rural cooperative banks is developed. Through NABARD, the customers of state cooperative banks and district central cooperative banks can submit their grievances directly in the web portal and can track, make appeal. Each complaint is assigned a unique tracking number with instant acknowledgements and real-time updates via SMS, email and portal. The bank's grievances redressal officer and appellate authority can also monitor, track and resolve complaints efficiently through a unified dashboard and get a clear grievance summary view. With features like complaint history, escalation, auto alerts and customer feedback, NABARD helps build transparency and accountability in resolving customers' grievances in a timely manner. This will also pave the way for future integration with the Reserve Bank Integrated Ombudsman Scheme. NABARD. Resolve smarter, serve better.
Ladies and gentlemen, our customer complaint resolving portal. Now we come to the next session of today's function. Let me give you a glimpse into Shri Binod Kumar Sir, MD and CEO of Indian Bank. Sir brings over 30 years of banking experience, which include roles in corporate credit, risk management, and international banking. Known for strategic leadership, his focus on innovation, operational efficiency, and strengthening customer-centric services have transformed banking experience for the common people. I now invite Sir to give an address to this august house. Sir, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Binod Kumar, MD and CEO, Indian Bank.
Good evening, everyone. It came as a out of syllabus. First of all, respected M. Nagaraju sir, IS, Secretary Financial Services, Government of India, Ministry of Finance, Shri N Muruganandam sir, IS, Chief Secretary Tamil Nadu, Saji KV, my colleague Mr. Ajay Srivastav, MD and CEO IOB, DMD sitting on the dais, other dignitaries. First, it is indeed a privilege to be part of the momentous occasion, NABARD's 44th Foundation Day. On behalf of Indian Bank and on my personal behalf, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to NABARD for completing 44 glorious years of nation building. Since its inception in 1982, NABARD has been more than just a developmental finance institution. It has been a catalyst of rural transformation in India. Its enduring commitment to agriculture, rural infrastructure, financial inclusion, and livelihood promotion has not only shaped rural economies, but also touched the lives of millions across the country. I would especially like to commend NABARD for choosing Chennai. Commend NABARD for choosing Chennai, the vibrant capital of Tamil Nadu, to host this year's celebration in Tamil Nadu. And thank you for that, sir. Tamil Nadu has consistently exemplified a remarkable blend of economic dynamism, social equity, and governance innovation. I take great pride in the fact that my bank too is also headquartered in this vibrant and progressive state. NABARD's impact in Tamil Nadu is nothing short of inspiring. For agriculture, technology, and tribal development to microfinance, cooperative strengthening, rural infrastructure, its footprint is visible across the landscape. I would like to acknowledge NABARD's sustained efforts in institutional development. I would like to especially mention three things about the computerization of PACs, movement they have taken for SHG and FPO. Since my bank is also involved in all these areas, so I can feel the impact of NABARD they have created in all these sectors. And SHG movement, what they have done is really commendable for them. As a fellow stakeholder in India's financial architecture, Indian Bank is proud to work alongside NABARD in advancing the goal of inclusive growth. We look forward to deepening this collaboration in this year to come as we collectively strive to empower rural India and build a more resilient economy. I extend my best wishes to NABARD, its leadership, and its entire team. May the institution continue to scale new heights, touch more lives, and transform more landscape in the journey. Thank you once again. Many, many congratulations on completing 43 year and on your 44th Foundation Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those best wishes. Now, we also have Shri Ajay Kumar Srivastav, sir, MD and CEO, Indian Overseas Bank, who is not new to the banking sector. Under his visionary leadership, IOB has achieved remarkable turnarounds and significant improvements in asset quality. He is known for driving digital innovation and strategic credit growth, positioning the bank as a frontrunner in the sector. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Shri Ajay Kumar Srivastav for his address to us.
Thank you, madam. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Secretary DFS, sir, Chief Secretary Government of Tamil Nadu, sir, Shri Shaji, Shri Vinod, Shri Rawat, Shri Sood, esteemed guests and fellow bankers. I am extremely delighted to be here to participate in this 44th Foundation Day celebration of NABARD. And we all know NABARD, it's a pioneering institution that has been instrumental in promoting sustainable agriculture and rural prosperity in India for last many, many, many years. Since its inception in 1982, NABARD has been the backbone of rural development in India, working very, very silently, yet powerfully, to uplift the lives of millions in our country. As MD and CEO of Indian Overseas Bank and Chairman of the SLBC Tamil Nadu, I am extremely honored to be part of this significant event. NABARD's contribution to agriculture and rural development are indeed very, very commendable. Its multifaceted activities, initiatives, all these things have fostered rural development, promoted sustainable agriculture, and supported rural livelihoods. Whether it is helping cooperative banks or RRBs or supporting SHGs, NABARD has always made sure that financial resources reach where it is most needed to our farmers, to small entrepreneurs, and rural families. As chairman of SLBC Tamil Nadu, I have witnessed firsthand the collaborative efforts between banks, government agencies, state government agencies, and NABARD. Our joint endeavors have led to significant milestones, such as achieving a CD ratio of 127.28% for the state of Tamil Nadu and progress under the annual credit plan. We all know the annual credit plan of the state is determined based on the performance-linked plan of NABARD. This ensures that our targets are aligned with the broader objectives of rural development and financial inclusion. We all bankers are committed to work towards achieving this target and ensure prosperity to rural communities. NABARD's contributions to the rural development are a testament to its commitment towards creating a more prosperous, sustainable, and technologically advanced rural India. As we celebrate today NABARD's 44th Foundation Day, I am confident that our collective efforts will continue to drive positive changes in rural India. I extend my best wishes to NABARD and to all NABARDians and look forward to our continued collaboration in shaping a more prosperous and sustainable future for our nation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Collaboration is what we look forward to. Now, it is my esteemed privilege to invite Shri N. Muruganandam, sir, to the stage for his address. Muruganandam, sir, has led some of the most pivotal departments of the Tamil Nadu government, including finance and industries, where his leadership helped attract marquee investments even during the pandemic. His stewardship also saw the successful rollout of landmark welfare initiatives such as Kalainar Magalir Urimai Togai and Pudumai Pen, which have empowered millions of women and girls across the state. Welcome, sir. Please address us with your wise words.
Good evening, everyone. At the outset, I would like to welcome my colleague and the chief guest, Thiru Nagaraju, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, to Tamil Nadu. I am really very pleased that you could make it today and to have the Foundation Day in Chennai. So it's a great honor for us, and I would like to very warmly welcome to Tamil Nadu Mr. Sajid, Chairman NABARD, Mr. Srivastava, MD, Indian Overseas Bank, Mr. Rawat, Deputy MD, Mr. Vinod Kumar, Mr. Anand, the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Good evening to all of you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate NABARD and all the officers and staff of NABARD on the 44th Foundation Day, because NABARD's contribution to the development of the country and for the rural population has been tremendous. Somebody mentioned they have been working very silently. That is very, very true. NABARD has done tremendous work, and it's a very, very pioneering institution. If you take the self-help group movement, the role of NABARD in providing microcredit, even in the initial years, was very, very important. Similarly, if you take farmers producer groups, FPOs, there also NABARD is playing a very stellar role. Similarly for cooperatives. So in all these sectors, NABARD has been a pioneer. Before reaching this position, in my earlier days, 20 years back, I was heading the Women Development Corporation, which used to be the main agency to run the SSG program, microcredit program in Tamil Nadu. So I've been interacting with NABARD from those days. So always NABARD has come out with very innovative schemes and has been ahead of the curve. So after NABARD starts, then it is followed by others. So this kind of culture, a kind of very good organizational culture, has been instilled in NABARD, and I think all of you deserve full congratulations for that. As far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we are around 50% of our population lives in rural areas and 50% in urban areas. We are a highly urbanizing state. The vision of our Honorable Chief Minister is to go for $1 trillion economy by 2030, by the year 2030, and around 4.5 trillion by the year 2047. This is the vision he has set for us. And for that, to achieve this, we are working in all fronts. We hope the manufacturing sector, the services sector, both of which are very important for our state, they really do well. But the agriculture sector, the primary sector also is very, very important for the state if we have to achieve our vision. So our aim is to actually create infrastructure in the rural areas which is as good as the urban areas. It should be at par with urban areas. Similarly, agriculture and the allied sectors, particularly animal husbandry, fisheries, because we have a very long coastline of around 1,076 kilometers. The dairy sector, all these sectors have to do well. And for this value addition, food processing is very, very important. I think these are areas where we have to do much better. And here NABARD has been helping us in a very big way. They have helped us in setting up the food parks in Gangagondan and in various other places. We are also very keen on modernization in our agriculture area because we don't have manpower to actually do the agriculture operations like in older days. Now, without mechanization, we cannot actually excel in agriculture. And there, NABARD has supported our PSCBs to buy agriculture equipment, which is lent to the farmers. That also is a great help which has been done. Not only that, NABARD has been working for the marginalized groups in the state. Particularly, they have done very good work for the livelihood of the tribals, and similarly for the empowerment of rural women. And in our state, whether it is, if you go to the rural Tamil Nadu, you will find the infrastructure is really good. Whether it is rural roads or school buildings or hostels or the PACB mechanization, agri startups, and in all this, NABARD has supported us, and the footprint of NABARD is there everywhere. And for the state government officials, actually, RIDF is like manna from heaven. We really, whenever we are short of this thing, resources, we look up to RIDF actually. Overall, one thing which I've been very impressed is whenever I've interacted with NABARD officials, I found that they're very, very proactive. It's very, otherwise, we don't see that kind of approach in many departments. NABARD actually is a real epitome of cooperative federalism. We talk about cooperative federalism, but NABARD actually, they implement cooperative federalism. They work very closely with the state government, and I've seen that most of the officers, I've seen a range of officers over the years. All of them are very positive, they're proactive, they want to collaborate with the state government, and they keep pushing us. They say that these are the schemes we have, why are you not making use of it? That kind of approach, it's really commendable in a government organization. I think maybe it is because of the training which is given in NABARD or the organizational culture which you have built over 44 years. I do not know the reason, but I find that to be really spectacular, that kind of attitude and proactive approach from the staff and officers of NABARD. So I would like to really congratulate you, each one of you, for the kind of spirit you have, and no wonder that has worked wonders for India and for rural India. NABARD is really one of the biggest saviors. Not only that, whenever we go for the state level bankers committee, we have regularly, I think our chairman SLBs is also here. So state government always has a lot of issues, and there we look up to only two friends, NABARD and RBI. They only come to our support. Every time we look up to them and they support us. So NABARD is a true friend and partner to the state government, particularly for Tamil Nadu. So Tamil la solromna, NABARD endrum engal nanban. I am very happy and pleased that you invited me for this function, and I am very happy to participate in this function. Thank you very much.
உங்கள் வார்த்தைகளுக்கு மனம் அறிந்த நன்றி ஐயா. Thank you so much for those inspiring words, sir. Your address has reinforced the importance of partnerships in building a resilient and inclusive Grameen Bharat. Now we move on to the next set of releases, a set of commemorative publications and films that capture the scale, substance, and spirit of NABARD's work across India's villages. I will request Shri N. Muruganandam, sir, to please release these. First of all, we have the coffee table book on the Grameen Bharat Mahotsav. This visually rich volume transports us back to January 2025, when under the aegis of the Department of Financial Services led by Shri M. Nagaraju, sir, NABARD hosted the inaugural Grameen Bharat Mahotsav at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi. Relive the inspiring address of the Honorable Prime Minister and Finance Minister, and the creative energy of over 400 rural artisans, SHGs and FPOs who came together to showcase a self-reliant, resilient rural India. Viksit Bharat at 2047. Thiru Muruganandam, sir, please. Photo ops.
Bharat Mahotsav, a landmark initiative by the
Very
Department
important.
of Financial Services and NABARD, brought the spirit of
It's
rural
very hard to
India
get all
to the
these
heart of
dignitaries at the
the nation.
same stage at any point of time. The next publication is Beyond Numbers 2025, the corporate brochure. It is more than a report. It is a narrative of transformation. It shows how NABARD is turning data into stories of impact, credit into ecosystems, and projects into partnerships across agriculture, climate resilience, digital inclusion, and rural infrastructure. It celebrates the imagination, integrity, and impact that drives our mission of reimagining rural transformation for Viksit Bharat 2047. Beyond numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, our second coffee table launch of the evening. As the name suggests, it is not just numbers, but the stories behind it that build India. Thank you so much. Our third release of the evening. In 1995-96, Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, RIDF, lit a quiet revolution, reviving irrigation, roads, schools, and hospitals. 7.9 lakh projects later, RIDF remains India's backbone for inclusive growth, as rightly envisioned by the government all those decades previously. This commemorative coffee table book, RIDF at 30, chronicles 3 decades of resilience and empowerment and the extraordinary vision that made it possible. Chief Secretary, sir, please release the book. 30 years of hope, resilience, and empowerment from our villages in a single booklet, ladies and gentlemen. Sir. Moving on from black and white text to more crop. With the micro irrigation fund hosted at NABARD, states are expanding drip and sprinkler systems. Drip and sprinkler systems, boosting yields and saving water. Let's watch how farmers in Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh have turned every drop into prosperity. I will now request Nagaraju sir to please release the movie. Give us permission to do so. We'll start the movie. Yeah.
Water is the lifeblood of agriculture. It nourishes our crops, supports our livestock, nurtures livelihoods, and sustains farms and communities. Today, water is more precious than ever. Climate change is leading to more frequent and severe droughts. Conservation of every drop and its efficient management is a key to ensure long-term food security. Government of India introduced the centrally sponsored scheme Per Drop More Crop as a key strategy for promoting micro-irrigation. Farmers are provided subsidy by Government of India and state governments covering 45 to 55% of the project cost for implementing micro-irrigation structures such as drip and sprinklers. Remaining cost is to be borne by farmers. In order to expand coverage under micro-irrigation, a dedicated fund named Micro Irrigation Fund MIF with a corpus of 5,000 crore rupees was set up in NABARD by the Government of India in 2018-19.
अब जो ड्रिप से और मिनी से जो हम कर रहे हैं तो हमारे 30% में खेती की पैदावार हो जाती है और 70% पानी की बचत हो जाती है। इससे काश्तकार को बहुत बेनिफिट हुआ और काश्तकार को कम लागत में ये उपलब्ध हो गया मिनी और ड्रिप सिस्टम।
अब जब से ये जो MIF की योजना अपने इस ब्लॉक में अपने राजस्थान में लागू हुई है उसके बाद में जो माइक्रो इरिगेशन सिस्टम है मिनी फुहारा हो गया ड्रिप हो गई पाइपलाइन हो गई इसके यूज़ में लेने से एक तो जो सिंचाई का जो क्षेत्र था फसल का एरिया वो बढ़ गया उसी के साथ साथ में बढ़ने के साथ में जो पानी की जो यूज़ ऑफ एफिशिएंसी थी वो बढ़ गई
In addition to water conservation, support from Micro Irrigation Fund has brought significant improvement in crop yields and transition in farming practices. Farmers have started crop diversification and shifted from water-guzzling traditional crops to more remunerative horticulture and plantation, leading to increased income and economic prosperity.
ఈ బనానా పెట్టడం వల్ల ఎకరాకి 15 క్వింటాలు మామూలుగా అయితే పండిస్తా అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఎకరాకి 30 క్వింటాలు అది 30 టన్నులు వచ్చే ఫలితం మాకు దక్కింది. ప్రభుత్వం ద్వారా రైతులకు సహకారం అందిస్తున్న నాబార్డ్ సంస్థ వారికి ప్రత్యేకమైన ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుసుకుంటున్నాం సార్. థాంక్యూ.
Seeing the successful utilization of the Micro Irrigation Fund, on 3rd October 2024, Union Cabinet has approved continuation and augmentation of the Micro Irrigation Fund by another 5,000 crore rupees under the Pradhan Mantri Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. Practice of micro irrigation is catalytic for bringing food security, sustainability and economic prosperity. Together, we can achieve the mission of per drop more crop and secure a brighter future for our farmers and the generations to come. Join us in this journey towards sustainable agriculture and water conservation. Let's make every drop count and cultivate prosperity for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Micro Irrigation Fund hosted at NABARD. The movie is catchy because I saw Nagaraju sir's attention being caught by the last segment in the movie. Moving on, we have another short film. From watershed projects in the 90s to today's green impact and carbon funds, NABARD has championed climate resilience long before it was a buzzword. Green Roots, the movie, traces that 3-decade journey of partnership, innovation, and impact, showing that sustainable rural development is a shared voyage. Muruganandam sir, we would ask for your permission to exhibit the movie. The biggest round of applause, everybody. This is for India. All these are for Bharat, Grameen Bharat. Please let the applause continue for some while. A heartfelt thank you to Shri M Nagaraju sir and Thiru N Muruganandam sir for unveiling these impactful initiatives and commemorative publications. Sir, you would be interested to know that all these short films are conceptualized in-house. We have a hoard of talent in NABARD. So we are truly grateful for your continued guidance and support. We move on to commemorate our grassroots warriors who transform boardroom concepts to concrete results on the ground. Shri Nagaraju sir, I request you to make this night even more memorable for our leading innovators in the following fields by felicitating them. Under Watershed Development Fund, I would like to call upon Space Dintikal for exemplary Watershed Development Fund work in Kannivadi, Kasavanampatti, and Neelamalai villages. Please welcome on stage, Spaces Dintikal. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our grassroots warriors who make each of our initiatives worthwhile and true. Next, I would request this is always an opportunity to interact with our grassroots warriors. Next, I would request Thiru Muruganandam sir to felicitate Arudex Theni for Integrated Tribal Development Program benefiting Muthuvan and Paliyan tribes across 12 hamlets in Bodinayakanur and Periyakulam blocks. A big round of applause, everybody. Please let the applause just continue as they come and take their much-deserved felicitations. Happy faces all around. Under the Farm Sector Promotion Fund, FSPF, now we will be felicitating SDMRI Thuthukudi for enhancement of fishery production via artificial reef deployment for small-scale fishermen of Inigo Nagar village, Thuthukudi region, Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have ever visited eroded banks of the sea, you must know that coral reefs are being destroyed by the increased acidification of the oceans, and so this initiative truly counts. Again, under Farm Sector Promotion Fund, we have CMFRI Thuthukudi for environmental sustainability through integrated tropical aquaculture, IMTA, benefiting coastal fishermen of Thuthukudi district, Tamil Nadu. Thuthukudi being the leader, innovator amongst the districts of Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I would request you. These are the people who require our applause the most. Last but not the least, the felicitation for under PAX computerization goes to Thorapaddi Urban Cooperative Credit Society, Vellore, for spearheading end-to-end PAX computerization and digital member services. A truly remarkable day for our grassroots warriors. Moving on, from inaugurating NABARD's northernmost frontier in Leh to lighting up the digital corridors of innovation through our Rural Tech Collab, today's proceedings have carried the hallmark of visionary reform, a hallmark that reflects the leadership and foresight of our chief guest. It is now my privilege and honor to invite Shri M. Nagaraju Garu, IAS, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Finance Ministry, Government of India, to deliver the keynote address of this evening. A leader with over 3 decades of distinguished service spanning global refinance, coal sector liberalization, and inclusive banking, Shri Nagaraju Garu will share his perspective on the next frontier of rural prosperity as India strives confidently into the Amrit Kal. Sorry, sir, for keeping you waiting. It's just your honorifics that, that made me take the mic. So please, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My friend Thiru Mr. Muruganandam, respected Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu, my colleagues
On the dais, Mr. K.V. Shaji, Chairman NABARD, Mr. Vinod Kumar, MD and CEO Indian Bank, Mr. Ajay Srivastav, MD and CEO IOB, and Deputy Managing Directors NABARD and NABARD staff, and other SHG groups, farmers, producer organizations, and media, and all other dignitaries. Let me at the outset express my heartiest congratulations to entire NABARD family for celebrating 44th Foundation Day. And I think everyone knows, I need not repeat it, NABARD's role, NABARD's participation in the development of country, especially in the rural areas, tribal areas, is well recognized by all over the world, not just India, all over the world. In fact, if I were asked as a citizen, not as someone who is now in charge of NABARD, what are the major contributions, major achievements of NABARD? Because birthdays are generally a day of reflection for everyone. What we have done, what we are doing, and what we are likely to do. And any mistakes we have committed, how do we correct them? Now, the foremost, my impression because I have seen NABARD before I joined IAS, was its pioneering work on the women empowerment through SHG groups. The amount of work they have done, no other organization in the world till now has done it. At that point of time, when I was talking about 90s, early 90s, you have young NABARD staff, recently recruited, imbued with a lot of enthusiasm, passion, and trying to go to villages, subdivisions, blocks, and trying to organize and form women into SHG groups for collective income generation activities, and then building their capacity for managing their own affairs is unprecedented. And they also, the way they have mobilized large number of SHG groups and NGOs to mobilize SHG groups, that is also very, very innovative. In fact, many countries during those 90s have adopted the best practices of NABARD in mobilizing women. I think many of you don't know that. Especially in Africa and South America, even in East Asia, large number of countries adopted the best practices of NABARD. And today, if the world has recognized women empowerment through SHG groups is one of the best forms of alleviating poverty and empowering women, that credit largely goes to NABARD and the organizations it supported. The second achievement I consider again is the RIDF NABARD has started in 95-96. As someone who has implemented RIDF at the ground level, I know how RIDF projects have transformed the rural areas. First of all, first thing it did was providing connectivity. You imagine providing connectivity to a small rural hamlet, village, with people able to go by motorbike or at least by bullock cart or bike. That is tremendous in 90s. There is no other fund available. RIDF is the one which was available at that point of time. Since then, NABARD is continuing. What the connectivity brought is, connectivity brought awareness to large number of people in the rural areas. And it also provided marketing linkages to produce. And it led to changes in their livelihoods. It's not road. It is simply actually changing the livelihoods. That's how the RIDF funds have changed. The second thing which RIDF, most of the state governments have used is for irrigation. I think many of you know. Small irrigation, micro irrigation, and canals. Again, it led to livelihoods for the small farmers and marginal farmers and improved their income levels are the irrigation. There are many other things. Of course, schools are there and hospitals, primary health center, sub-centers, primary schools. We all constructed large number of things from RIDF at that point of time. So that has brought now where we are today. One cannot imagine the impact the RIDF has had in the rural areas and rural communities since then. Now, the third one, most important thing, which NABARD is always keep asking me, Chairman Shaji keep telling me, sir, you are always giving me less money. The refinance through RRBs and cooperatives. That is actually, when we finance through cooperatives and RRBs, we are actually touching the poorest of the poor and marginal farmers through the RRBs and cooperative banks by financing from the NABARD. Many people don't know that NABARD is the one which is actually providing refinance, but it is the NABARD which provides refinance, touching again the lives of large number of farmers in the country. This refinance, that is, of course, the farmers are there and also SMEs, that is also done. And this has improved credit flow to the farmers. In fact, when we talk about there's a lot of credit gap for the farmers as well as SMEs, one vehicle which we use since even before the NABARD was born was to provide credit to the farmers. In fact, through RBI we used to do it. Then when the NABARD became separate institution, that RBI window came to the NABARD. Now we keep doing it. Now the credit flow to the farmers and the farming communities in the rural areas is still very, very important, crucial and significant for the development of the country. I think this is again one of the successful initiatives of NABARD that continues to be very relevant even today. And then we saw a couple of movies about, short movies, about climate change impact, how NABARD is doing. I think again, in the rural areas, while urban areas, everybody knows the impact of GHGs and climate change, but the rural areas, what are the impact of that is very, very few people do that. NABARD has been doing that, and in fact, one of the earliest thing, NABARD was very, brought its expertise was watershed development in the country. In fact, the National Watershed Development Program used to be there. NABARD used to support the watershed development in a big way in those days. Nowadays, not much people don't talk about it, but it's very, very important for the country to ensure that the rainwater is captured, stored, and then utilized productively for the development of the country. Now, recent thing which we, of course, NABARD is been doing very well is FPOs, farmer producer organizations. Is trying to organize. Now they have supported more than 10,000 farmer producer organizations, and we have been asking them to organize much more. And the thing is, of course, while we providing the basic infrastructure required for the farmer producers, they also will be able to provide marketing linkages so that they'll be able to market their products. Now, the other thing which we are talking is, we have large number of cooperatives. RRBs we have now more or less modernized, computerized, everything is, and also we are into the core banking network that we are doing it. But the other thing which is challenging for us is the rural cooperative societies. Digitization and modernization of cooperatives actually is another challenge. Now we have common services providing agency, we have agreed. I think through that we'll be able to do it, both the primary agricultural cooperative societies and other cooperative societies. The other thing which many of us don't know is, of course, they keep doing it about tribal and vulnerable groups reach. The one thing which they used to do very seriously is district credit planning. There used to be annual agriculture credit planning in each district. That NABARD used to coordinate. I think still they will coordinate, which is very important. In fact, how much credit, which bank will do, what are the priorities, is still the District Agriculture Credit Plan, SAP, Agriculture Credit Plan, yeah, now I remember. That NABARD used to do it very well. And that used to be almost about 3 to 4 months of work for the district in charge officer, whoever is there from NABARD. And this document used to be the guidance for everybody in the district, both for the state government officers as well as the bankers, to ensure that credit is flowing. Because through this document, we used to identify the credit gap requirements and then channel credit. Now, while I recounted the best achievements of NABARD, but there are also challenges, large number. I think one is the NABARD institutionally fully depend on the government for everything. Okay. For the refinance, from the PSL shortfall we give, that is one. Unless if there is a PSL shortfall is lesser, the NABARD naturally will be giving lesser to the RRBs and cooperative banks. And then you will be, your planning process, whatever you have done, that gets affected. So that is one thing. The second thing I actually feel, now despite almost 82 we started, now it's 23 years, 44 years. Despite these many years, the reach in the rural and remote areas, tribal areas of NABARD is still much more desirable. It's not fully, especially in the northeast where I have come from. And we don't find, in fact, there is still great challenges in the northeast and remote tribal areas, especially in the Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh areas, where NABARD is not very well known and not very popular, as it is in South India or in many parts of the North India, Western India. And there is a need to make sure NABARD is well known, NABARD services are well known, so that people and organizations are able to take benefit of the expertise of NABARD services. The third thing, which I think is slow disbursement, because since we don't have our own mechanism to disburse credit, we were dependent on the cooperative societies, rural RRBs and everybody. There is a lot of delay. Now the government of India informs this is the target. After that you inform, after that they inform, after that there are meetings of cooperative society. By the time it goes, it is almost 5-6 months has already gone. And many times it is noted in the rural areas, when actually farmers require the credit is not available from the cooperative or rural developer. While it is not NABARD directly responsible, but I think we need to look at how we can improve the system so that the credit is available when the farmers actually need. That is very, very important. Now, while we are giving a lot of funds from both RIDF and SSG and also refinance, again, limited offices of NABARD in the district, because NABARD has office only at the district level. They don't have offices below district level. Limited scope for monitoring of utilization of these funds is again another thing for us. I think we have to look at how NABARD and NABARD officers will be able to really monitor both pace and quality of implementation of the projects funded by NABARD. That is also very important. Many times, of course, I know that many times officers used to go, but it is due to the limited number of staff, and we are not able to properly monitor the quality of all the projects that we are. Now, FPOs, we have said that we will do large number of FPOs. I think still, my sense is that still they require support in the marketing. Marketing is the key. In fact, whenever we organize FPO workshops or whenever they are present, I find that the marketing they do only when they attend exhibitions this kind of forums where their products are sold. In small number of villages where they expose or relocated, marketing opportunities are very limited. In the village, people, they don't buy these same products. It's actually the urban class who will be able to buy. So you need to look at how NABARD can utilize its services in marketing the products produced by the farmers, producers, organizations. So these are some of the things I thought I should mention, because this is the day of founded. It's not while we take really great pride in the work NABARD has done, but it's also equally important to reflect on what we actually can do more. That's how actually we achieve progress. That's how we actually do better for future. With these words, I think I'm really happy. My personal congratulations to the entire NABARD team, family, for having done great work, and I wish that you continue to do, again, wonderful work for the development of the country, and you become one of the important pillars for financial inclusion, for women development and rural development, so that the country achieves the goals of Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you so much.
Honored, sir, to hear your inspiring words. Impact cannot be there without the intent. It is the intent of Government of India that helps NABARD makes the impact at the ground level, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, to draw this inspiring celebration to a close, I invite Dr. Ajay Kumar Sood, sir, Deputy Managing Director, NABARD, to offer the formal vote of thanks, where he will distill our collective gratitude and set the tone for the work that lies ahead. Please welcome Dr. Ajay Sood, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Secretary, DFS, Shri Nagaraju ji, Chief Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu ji, Shri Muruganandam ji, Chairman NABARD, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your gracious presence on the occasion of 44th Foundation Day celebration of NABARD. Firstly, I express my sincere thanks to our esteemed Chief Guest, Shri Nagaraju ji, for taking out time from his demanding schedule to be with us on this important day. Sir, your presence inspires us to strive to reach greater heights. Our special thanks to Shri Muruganandam, Chief Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu. Sir, your presence on this special occasion is greatly appreciated. I am also thankful to Shri Ajay Kumar Srivastava, MD CEO IOB, Shri Binod Kumar, MD CEO Indian Bank, RD RBI, senior government officials, senior bankers, my dear colleagues, farmers, SHG members. Today's evening was enriched with the insightful panel discussion on fostering rural enterprises for inclusive growth. The scintillating launches showcased how with valuable ideas we can take meaningful step forward and expand our impact. NABARD has continued to turn vision into action, whether through women empowerment, infrastructure development, or entrepreneurship support. These efforts, they align closely with the national vision for Viksit Bharat 2047, a future where rural India leads the way in entrepreneurship, sustainability, and inclusive growth. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all stakeholders whose continued support and collaboration drive our mission, because when rural India thrives, the entire nation prospers. Thank you all once again. Jai Hind.
And thank you, sir, for remembering each and every stakeholder in your thanks. Now, dear audience, ultimately, we pay homage to this great motherland of ours. I request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem.
Jana Mana Adhinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
May every Foundation Day bring us more reasons to cheer, more milestones to celebrate, and more villages transformed in the spirit of Viksit Bharat. Dinner is now served, and we invite all our guests to join us and continue the evening in fellowship and warmth. But before that, I would just request our NABARD Parivar to please come forward to the stage so we can take a group photograph with our esteemed guests. Please, all members of NABARD Parivar to please come. With this, we wish you thank you, good night, Shabba Khair, and Meendum Sandipom. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone can please proceed towards the dinner. On behalf of Team NABARD and our NABARD Parivar standing here, I thank each and every one of you for being part of this glorious celebration. Each and every one of you present in this hall in Chennai and everyone joining us. Thank you. Good night.